Hello, and welcome to Flutter Live. I'm Martin McGinnis.
And I'm Emily Fortuna.
And we'll be your hosts for all things Flutter. Wherever in the world you're watching, we are so happy that you're joining us today for this jam-packed 2-hour event.
One of my favorite things about working on Flutter is I get to connect with people from all over the world to make their mobile app ideas possible. And for today's event, we have dozens of viewing parties happening in countries around the world, including Estonia, Canada, and Angola. Before we dive too deep into Flutter Live content though, tell us, Martin, who are you and why are you here exactly?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, I'm part of the Flutter team, and before that, I've been a software engineer on the Dart team for 5 years. You may recognize me from the presentations I've given at Google I/O or on YouTube like the Flutter Boring Development Show. And when I'm not being a computer scientist, I am an actor and improviser. Oh yeah, cut all that off.
Well, I'm on the Flutter team here at Google, and I've been on the team for about a year and a half, starting back when we were in alpha. You might be familiar with my voice on the Introducing Flutter animation video or from some of my talks at GDD China and Google Marketing Live. Today, Emily and I will be showing you around the venue and bringing you some exclusive live content including interviews, demos, and more.
Flutter Live is a global celebration of Flutter, and at the keynote there will be some exciting announcements we can't share with you quite yet that are highlighting functionality available with Flutter as well as the Flutter ecosystem.
So why don't we start out with some fun facts about Flutter. Did you know the Flutter and Dart mascot is called Dash? And there are over 2,000 of them created today.
Very cool. Also, Flutter's been in development for the past 4 years.
Yeah, and actually before it was called Flutter, the original name was Sky.
Nice, I think I like Flutter better. Do you know what country has the largest number of developers of Flutter?
Yeah, it's China.
Nice. Martin, do you want to share a fun fact about yourself with us?
Well, one of the first brands to use Flutter was Hamilton, the Broadway musical, and I'm now somewhat obsessed with it.
Somewhat obsessed.
I'm now very obsessed with it, so I've memorized basically every lyric to all the songs.
Every lyric?
Yes.
All right, well, show us.
The $10 founding father without a father got a lot farther by working a lot harder, by being a lot smarter, by being a self-starter. By 14, they placed him in charge of a trading charter.
Hamilton is one of the most talked about and best loved musicals with shows on Broadway, in London, and around the country. We wanted something to make the show more accessible for our fans, so we wanted to develop an app to meet the needs of fans as we started to expand the brand. We turned to Posse, a New York-based development firm, to help us develop the Hamilton app.
Hamilton's Flutter app launched in the App Store and the Play Store 3 months after we wrote our first line of code. And we accomplished a ton. Fans can enter a daily lottery for a shot at $10 tickets, buy merchandise through an e-commerce experience, take selfie photos with the HamCam, and get daily news and updates.
We knew that this app needed to be rock solid, both in terms of performance and visual fidelity, and really represent the amazing experience that the Hamilton show itself provides. And ultimately, that's why we decided to use Flutter.
Flutter is a mobile UI toolkit that allows developers and designers to craft beautiful native experiences on iOS and Android, and is entirely free and open source.
We have very high expectations of quality for the apps that we build. We expect pixel-perfect results, and we need them to be very high performance. Flutter gave us a lot of opportunities that previously weren't available to us. The fact that it's a single code base drastically improved our ability to deliver a consistent experience across platforms. Its hot reload gives us an ability to build more features in less time.
It allowed me to make changes really fast and iterate through the UI without having to stop and restart the app. Coming from an iOS and Android background, it's something that I've been waiting for a long time. The Flutter developer community is very active. Drop-in packages helped us maximize productivity. It helped us integrate elements like Firebase and Cloud.
At the end of the day, we're just really happy that we found Flutter so that we can build these beautiful native interfaces for both iOS and Android from a single code base.
We were given a really tight timeline, and we turned the app around faster than I ever could have imagined. We were able to make changes right up to the night before we went live, and really feel confident about them. In fact, we pushed an entirely new feature to the App Store the day before we launched.
And since launch, Flutter's efficiency and speed has helped us to build new features, such as the recent trivia game. We're really excited because as the show continues to grow, we're going to be able to keep pace with a ton of new features that's going to make the app even better.
We couldn't be more thrilled with Flutter. It has enabled us to use one code base to deliver a truly high-quality app that Hamilton fans have absolutely fallen in love with.
We're thrilled with what Posse was able to deliver. The entire brand of Hamilton is about delivering on an experience for fans. They're thrilled about the new features that we're rolling out, and we're really excited to see where the app goes next.
Mobile users expect their apps to have beautiful designs, smooth animations, and great performance. To deliver on this, developers need to create new features faster than ever without compromising on quality or performance. That's why we built Flutter. Flutter is Google's mobile UI framework that provides a fast and expressive way for developers to build native apps on both iOS and Android. This is because apps and interfaces made with Flutter are built from a single codebase, compiled directly to native ARM code, use the GPU, and can access platform APIs and services. Here are 3 ways that Flutter will help you on day 1. Flutter is engineered for high developer velocity. Stateful Hot Reload allows you to change your code and see it come to life in less than a second without losing the state of the app. Flutter also ships with a rich set of customizable widgets, all built from our modern reactive framework. Plus, Flutter integrates with popular development tools, which means you can get started quickly with the editor or IDE you already know and love. Flutter moves the widgets, rendering, animation, and gestures into the framework to give you complete control over every pixel on the screen. This means you have flexibility to build custom designs. Flutter apps follow platform conventions and interface details such as scrolling, navigation, icons, fonts, and more. This is why apps built with Flutter are featured on both the App Store and Google Play Store. Flutter is great for developers both new and experienced in mobile. If you're new to mobile, Flutter gives you a fast, fun, and modern way to deliver native apps. If you're an experienced mobile developer, you can add Flutter to your existing workflows and tools to build new expressive UIs. Flutter is free and open source and used by developers and organizations around the world, including enterprise, agencies, and startups. Visit flutter.io to get started today. We can't wait to see what you build.
Hello, I'm here with Nilay, and she is one of the program managers on the Flutter team, and she also is the key person who is working on building up our Flutter community. Nilay, you have done an amazing job at building up the Flutter community all around the world. I am seriously impressed. And I want to ask you a little bit more about how you got involved with that.
I actually have a story about how I started working with Flutter. So I was working with the developer communities in another team at Google. And then so with those communities, they are trying to learn about Google technologies. They are running meetups. They're asking for some resources. And all of a sudden, the communities started asking about Flutter. Oh, we need some speakers for Flutter. Can we get some resources for Flutter? And I was like, oh, what is that Flutter? I should look at that. Basically, the community attracted me about the Flutter, and I just looked into that, and it was a great team. I'm so happy being in this team.
What all do you take into account to build a developer community? You got a little bit into that, but can you tell us more? Do you have any advice?
Building community is not an easy job, but also it's not impossible. So it's all about bringing the right people together. So if you want to build a community around something, you just have to find the people that is going to create the foundation of your community. They are the people who is sharing the same interests and shared values, and they are trying to do something with your technology. This will be the group of people. They are going to set the tone of the community and the standards of the community.
You work with the Women Tech Makers, I believe. Can you tell us a little bit more about your involvement with them?
I was running other community events for everyone, and then when we are looking for speakers, we got so many requests, but very less requests from the women. But when I did first Women Tech Makers conference in Istanbul, I got like 50 women speaker submission. I was shocked. So why these women didn't submit for the other conference? And then I realized that these kind of initiatives, it is helping women to feel more encouraged, more empowered. So they are participating.
Agreed. Nilay, thank you so much for talking with me. This has been great.
Hi Flutterverse! My name is Romain Rastel. I'm a French Flutter and Xamarin software engineer at Orange, and I'm co-organizing a Flutter meetup in Rennes. I discovered Flutter in 2017, and it changed my life. Now, thanks to Flutter's soft reload feature, I can change 1 pixel of my app and see it live on my device, and I don't have to wait 2 minutes anymore. To make Flutter even greater, I created some packages, such as Static Review, Slidable, Sticky Header, and more recently, Sidekick. I can create complex layouts more easily with Flutter than with other SDKs. And that's the magic of Flutter. For example, I had fun creating this app, putting some Flutter hashtag values on Twitter into life. These animations are entirely powered by Flutter. My favorite part about Flutter is I can trust that what I saw on my phone while developing is what my users see. No matter the device, no matter the version of the OS. Flutter has huge potential and a fast, growing, vibrant community. And thanks to Flutter, the future of unified development is happening now.
Here we are inside the Science Museum IMAX, where the Flutter Live keynote is about to happen. Let's take a look at the stage. This is a pretty cool design. And this screen is huge. It's so big that you can fit 4 double-decker buses on top of each other. Or, if we were to lay this thing flat, you could park 64 taxis on it. I'm so excited for this keynote to begin. But before it does, let's take a brief look at the rest of the venue as we set up. Here we are in front of registration, where all the on-site attendees will be checking in. But right after the keynote, in this space, we have some really cool demos and activations to show you. Let's take a look at a few of them. All the way in the back of the room, we're going to have a massive showcase wall with 99 phones that have Flutter apps loaded on them. If you want to check out some of these apps on these phones, you can go to flutter.io/showcase. Another really cool spot we have is the #AskFlutterShow, where Andrew Brogdon from our team will be answering your questions live after the show. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, man.
What are you looking at?
I'm just looking at the tweets we got for Ask Flutter. Jose from Angola just asked how to use a white status bar with the Material app bar.
Oh, how do you do that?
Well, actually, the Material app bar should style the status bar for you, but if you want manual control, there's always System Chrome. You can set it yourself.
Awesome, so it looks like the show technically already started, but most of the questions will be answered right after the keynote. So make sure you stay tuned and make sure to ask all your questions using #AskFlutter. Thanks, Andrew.
We'll be waiting.
Hi, my name is Hillel Koren. I live in Israel and I'm the co-founder of Invoice Ninja. I switched to Flutter from JavaScript and PHP. Having strictly typed code is just a game changer. It's hard to imagine going back. We're using Flutter to rebuild our native mobile apps. We're going from 3 code bases down to 2, which is just a massive win, especially since we're a small team. My favorite part of Flutter is without a doubt the amazing productivity it enables. We're accomplishing in months when in the past took us years.
So I'm standing here with Eric Seidel, who is one of the founders of Flutter, and I believe it was called Sky back then when you first started it. And you were actually on the Chrome team when this idea came to be, but you've seen it go from an idea to now, globally used framework. So I'm curious, just what was your initial vision with Flutter, and how has that changed, if anything, and evolved?
Yeah, Flutter started out with a very different purpose than it has now. Flutter started out as just trying to make the web better. We were trying to make Chrome better, trying to make Chrome smaller. And when we first started Flutter, we took a couple weeks and we took a razor to Chrome, we said. We even called the test results that we came up with Razor. And we cut down Chrome and just tried to make it fast and small and remove some of the sharp edges that the web has developed over the many, many years. Anyway, so we ended up with a faster web, but that wasn't sufficient. We wanted to do more. And we ended up adding more and more and more, and once you add things, you're no longer the web. We rewrote the whole system maybe 3 times since, but what we have now is Flutter.
That's great. So what we have now obviously has been used all over the world, but I'm curious, along that adoption journey, was there a moment where you went, wow, this is legitimate, this is really taking off?
I think the biggest moment for me was Hamilton. When we saw the Hamilton app ship, when we saw that team be successful with Flutter. We'd seen teams be successful inside Google for several years, but seeing folks that we had much less ability to talk to on a minute-to-minute basis be successful with this technology helped me believe that, anybody can use this.
Oh, that's great. I know now they have over 1 million installs, and a lot of people are winning tickets through the app or $10 tickets, so that's really great. So where do you see Flutter headed in the future?
So one of the things that we're seeing with Flutter is we're seeing people take Flutter to more places. We started with iOS and Android because that's where so many developers are today, but we've seen people bring Flutter to desktop. We've seen people experiment with Flutter on all sorts of different sizes and shape of devices, and I'm really excited to get to light up more devs as that continues.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Eric.
Oh hi, I'm Philip from the Flutter team and I'm here to introduce The Boring Show. This is a show where two engineers sit down and build apps in Flutter from scratch. The show is unedited, so you see all the mistakes we make, all the dead ends, and how we get out of them. It's an opportunity for you to see Flutter being used in more complicated apps. We take viewer suggestions on what features and apps to build next. If you have a lot of time and like boring things like watching butter melt or doing your taxes, you will love this show.
阿里巴巴集团的使命是让天下没有难做的生意。目前，闲鱼超2亿用户中，已有5000万用户使用 Flutter。闲鱼致力于打造无闲置社会，把全新的生活方式和理念带给年轻人。比如说，有一位铲屎官想出售宠物用品，希望能够快速发布抓人眼球的商品信息。当有用户有购买需求时，只需清除屏幕即可。我们常在思考，如何构建易于操作的应用，如何确保应用画面精美、加载迅速，如何让更多用户使用我们的应用。更重要的是，如何早日实现以上目标。
因此，我们开始寻找解决方案，并了解到 Google 的 Flutter 高帧率流畅的 UI， 让我们马上对 Flutter 所创造的用户体验产生了浓厚的兴趣。但更重要的是，其带来的开发效率提升效果非常惊人。每一位开发人员都知道，为了覆盖最大量的用户，需要同时为 iOS 和安卓开发应用，这意味着必须同时维护2个不同的代码库，这不可避免地拖慢了研发进度。然而 Flutter 让我们只需要使用单个代码库，这使得应用维护更加简单高效。如此说来， Flutter 似乎是一个很好的选择，所以我们决定试一试。我们选择增量的开发 Flutter 功能，并将其集成到已经存在的应用中。目前，商品详情页作为闲鱼最复杂、最重要、用户访问最为频繁的部分，已经通过 Flutter 单个代码库同时运行在安卓和 iOS 平台上。
在过去的几个月里， Flutter 已经为我们提供了很多助力，它速度极快，因为它是一个纯原生应用程序，它丰富而富有表现力的 UI 组件，使得我们可以轻松创建优美的 UI， 而且它显著降低了我们实现新功能所需的工作量。现在我们能够高效地为多平台创建应用程序。商品发布页作为闲鱼 App 的一个重要部分，刚在本月完成了基于 Flutter 的发布，我们也非常期待接下来在阿里巴巴的闲鱼使用 Flutter 构建越来越多的功能。
Hey, I'm Martin, and I'm standing here with Tao and Jia Young from our UX research team here at Google. So I wanted to start by asking you, what do you exactly do as part of UX at Google, specifically in Flutter?
I think UX in general is trying to make sure our product development is centered on user needs and make sure they are usable and useful. But our work on Flutter is a little bit different from general UX because we work on a developer product, and we try to make sure the team understands that programming and app development is a inherently human process and human activity. We want to make sure the features, the documentation, the API we design and implement satisfy user needs and allow the developer to move as fast as they could without frictions and themes when they use our tools.
Could you maybe share with us a recent study or something you've done to try and understand our users as part of the Flutter effort?
I've been running Flutter user survey, so thanks all for participating in. We've learned a lot from our users, and our main goal is to bridge the gap between the users and our engineers so that we can help our engineers to prioritize their time and effort in developing Flutter.
So in doing these types of things, was there something that was surprising or shocking as you did these research projects?
So we had a recent online experiment where we look at different ways to improve our error messages. And many of the community members actually participated in this experiment. Thank you for your participation. But one thing we found is that adding a little bit of styling in the error message, like color or structure, and maybe omitting some of the details, can greatly improve the error message comprehension by sometimes 30%. So we're exploring to formalize these guidelines to make sure Flutter's error messages will be more usable and easier to understand in the future.
What motivates you personally to work on Flutter every day?
I think the fact that Flutter is open source project is awesome. I can see that engineers from Google and also the community members outside the Google work together to create this product called Flutter, so it's awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I've had the privilege to work with you guys on some of these projects as well, and it's very exciting, and really appreciate you sharing some of your work.
Oh, hi there. I'm Faisal. I'm a Flutter developer. I'm also the CTO at Zoom.ai. Flutter has really changed the way I code. Previously in the past, I used to develop Android projects, and then I used to think about how to develop an iOS app, or vice versa. As a single developer, I don't want to maintain two apps. So Flutter's really changed the way I build both apps at once. And what's great is that Flutter is native, so I don't have to worry about maintaining HTML5 cross-platform apps. And I love how fast it is to develop Flutter. One of the best features I like is hot reload. Just building the app instantly is like magical. One of the great things I like about the Flutter community is that when you go on to Pub, you can find all sorts of great tutorials and components that you can actually use in your project right there. This is a great way for a community to build, and it's one of the first signs that the technology that you're using is very, very valuable. So with that, I think Flutter is going to be an amazing tool for the coming years, and it's going to be one of the best ways to build mobile apps.
On today's devices, apps rarely get a neat little rectangle to run in. Notification bars and controls can creep in, and rounded corners and notches nip at your content, complicating layouts. That's why Flutter has Safe Area. It uses a media query to check the dimensions of the screen and pads its child to match. So if your app looks like this, wrap it in a safe area, and keep your content safe on both iOS and Android. You can even specify which dimensions you care about, and wrapping the body of a scaffold works great. For more info on Safe Area and all the other Flutter widgets, head to flutter.io.
If you could hot reload anything in your life, what would it be?
I would want to hot reload sending dashes to the community, because there are so many people from so many countries that want to have a dash, and I was like, it is not so easy to ship a dash to that one. So I would want to hot reload that one.
So I think one of the things Flutter was really helpful is to eliminate this long compiling time. But if I could brought that hot reload capability to my life, I wish I could have hot reload for the Bay Area traffic, so I can get home sooner and get my work sooner in the morning.
The time that my husband ate that lobster roll and then he was sick on vacation for 3 days, I would change has lobster roll to false, definitely.
I would hot reload my morning coffee this morning. It was really bad.
If you could hot reload anything in your life, what would it be?
Well, I think it would have to be weight loss. Like, I skip breakfast, I lose 20 pounds.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. You're watching this because you're curious about Flutter, yeah? Well, the conversation doesn't go just one way. Post your thoughts or questions with the hashtag FlutterLive.
Flutter is open source and community driven, and this event is no different. We have a social wall, and we'll be responding to your comments with the hashtag in real time.
Let's take a quick look at what people have been posting in the lead up to this event. Seiyu Samuel says, FYI, I'll be watching Flutter Live on December 4th.
And from Argel Benjedrano, tendremos noticias el día de 4 de diciembre. Dicen que vendrán muchas sorpresas, pero no han dicho más. Estamos esperando el hashtag FlutterLive ansiosos. Throughout this live stream, we will be jumping back to the social wall to show the new tweets coming in during Flutter Live. Also, huge shout out to those hosting viewing parties.
Oh, and speaking of social media, if you'd like to connect with the Flutter team or learn more, you can follow us on Twitter at Flutter.io. Or you can check out our videos on the Google Developer YouTube channel.
Also, be sure to check out the community section of Flutter.io for more info.
I'm here with Maurice, who is part of the software engineer on the Flutter team, and he's particularly focused on the plugins and ecosystem part of Flutter. So I know that you've worked a lot on the Firebase plugins. Is there a particular Firebase plugin that you think is especially underappreciated that should have some more love, more usage?
Yeah, I really like the Firebase Dynamic Links plugin. With that plugin, makes it like really easy to navigate to the part of your app that you really like, and combined with Flutter's route and how easy it is to navigate with Flutter, I think it fits really well inside the ecosystem.
So how would you combine dynamic links with the route navigation in Flutter?
So essentially, you just go to the Firebase website, you get your configuration file for your Android or iOS. You just plug that in, and then you include the dependency and your pub spec and everything. Then after that, all you have to do is just retrieve the dynamic link, and then you just parse it. And then you can use the navigation with pushes and routes to set up automatic navigation when your app starts. So it's really just straightforward to implement.
Do you have any advice for people who are looking to create new plugins or packages for Flutter?
I would definitely look at the language guide for Effective Dart. Looking at that language guide really helps you not only learn a lot about all Dart and all its features, it helps you write a lot cleaner code. And also looking at the language guide makes it help your app get a lot more exposure by following those guides. Because when we run the test on the plugin website, we run through a lot of Dart format and how you implement certain things.
That's true, and also I know that the score that you see on the package, on the pub, when you're looking at packages, is partly based on if it's following proper style guides.
Yes, definitely. It looks through to make sure it basically runs Dart format, which is like a plugin tool you can already use to automatically format your code. And then it just makes sure your dependencies are used, all your dependencies are used, they're lined up right, and a lot of other checks as well.
Makes your code more readable as well. Is there any particular package or plugin that you would like to see that doesn't exist yet?
For me, I would definitely like to see a plugin for a graphics engine. Right now, for my own personal project, I'm making a game with the Flame plugin. It's a really basic 2D graphics engine, but I would like to see a fully fleshed out one. I think that'd be really great for a lot of developers.
Maurice, thank you so much for chatting with us. It's been great.
Hi, my name is Paul Seni from Tanzania. I am the co-founder and lead product manager at Nyayo Zangu Init. I fell in love with Flutter from the very first time I saw Emily live coding the meme chat app on Google I/O. It was so exciting to see it work. With Flutter, it's been really easy to bring my ideas to life and coming up with working prototypes that I could share with my team and share with our users and get instant feedback from in a very short time. So most recently, I've been working on a project called Chipkizi, and Chipkizi is basically a recorder app for up-and-coming artists to share ideas with the community. So using Flutter to build it, it was really easy to come up with a very interesting idea and also come up with working prototypes that we were able to share with our team as well as our users, and for them to give us instant feedback on this project. So the parts I really like about Flutter are, one, the development cycle, where using things like hot reload and hot restart, it was really easy for me to see an idea come to life. The second thing I really like about Flutter is the packages. Now, I'm a bit of a lazy coder. I prefer to find something that already works and plug it into my project. And finally, the community. I really enjoy the community engagement on Twitter as well as on Gitter. That is my Flutter development story. Thank you.
What kind of widget are you and why?
I think I am a feature builder because I'm building the community and connecting the people.
Oh, that's perfect. And you also, because you're responding with people around the world, it's a asynchronous request and you're responding to those messages. It's building something bigger. Great answer.
What type of widget are you and why?
It's a really good question. I think I would like to be the scaffold widget. I think it's included in the default template. What I would like to do is to better scaffold the learning experience of Flutter to make sure how to help people better understand different concepts and the widgets they need to use to create a better and better experience for their users.
What kind of widget are you and why?
It would definitely be the stack. The stack is the widget where you're trying to stack some widgets over another one. And for me, that really resonates because I'm always trying to find time for everything in my life, and that stack widget is pretty similar to that.
I think I'd have to be styling because I like to make my clothes and I dress kind of oddly and I wear funky jewelry, so that feels right.
I'm theme. Everything that I touch gets more beautiful, but I don't like the idea that I would have to have a child. I'm the baby.
Almost every Flutter layout uses rows and columns, and they're pretty cool. They can hug their children tightly, or spread them out and relax. But what if you'd like one of those children to stretch and fill the extra space? Just wrap it in an expanded widget, and watch it grow. When a row or column lays out its children, it does the inflexible ones first. Then it divides the remaining space among the flexible ones, like expanded. You can even set a flex factor, just in case of competition. For more info on Expanded and all the other Flutter widgets, head to flutter.io.
Here are the top 5 things people love about Flutter.
First off, stateful hot reload. This allows you to make changes in your app and see them appear in action in less than a second. Developers building with Flutter complain that they don't have time to go get coffee or make tea because their builds are too fast. In the unlikely event that hot reload is insufficient, a hot restart of your app also only takes a few seconds, and you're back in action.
Writing a separate iOS and Android app has the potential to introduce twice as many bugs and results in twice as much code that you need to test and maintain. It can be hard to also ensure that each app has feature parity as it grows. With Flutter, all your code for iOS and Android are in a single code base, speeding up development and making test coverage easier.
Flutter aims to provide 60 frames per second app performance with smooth, jank-free animations. Your code is compiled ahead of time, so there's no interpretation happening, meaning that the Flutter engine is executing machine instructions for lightning-fast native performance.
An app written with Flutter has a great collection of built-in components that are appropriate for the platform you're developing on. So there's no need to learn 2 completely different development systems to make your app feel natural to your users.
If it looks good on this device, will it look good on this other phone? If it's written using Flutter, the answer is yes. Flutter uses its own rendering engine to draw the entire UI to screen. This allows all components of your app to be performant and provides consistency from device to device.
Let us know what your favorite feature is.
Hi, my name's Rona Kilmer and I am in Denver, Colorado. I'm fairly new to Flutter. I've only been working with it for 2 months. Prior to that, I was doing web app development for the last 18 years. I was mostly on the UI, UX, and front-end development side of things. The last several years, I was in more of a leadership role and not so much coding. And I decided that I missed it. And I was ready to dive back in. One of the things I didn't have any experience with was mobile app development. We didn't do mobile app development at the agency where I was working. So I decided now is as good a time as any, and I quit my job. And now I'm ready to build my own thing. I'm building my own mobile app, and I'm doing it with Flutter. I spent some time, I looked at the alternatives, I looked at Swift, I looked at React Native, but really nothing offered what Flutter could offer. The hot reloading, the ready-made widgets, I was up and running very quickly. And best of all, what I love the most about Flutter is the community. Hands down, it is the best development community I've ever been a part of. I was welcomed so quickly and so warmly. I've gotten so much help. There's such a lot of active, wonderful people in all the different networks, and it's been wonderful. No question is a dumb question. You've got access to really smart people, and it's just been a joy. I can't wait to see where Flutter goes. That's my Flutter story.
What is something that you wish your younger self knew?
I wish I knew that I'll be standing in front of the camera someday.
All right.
Well, I used to work for Steve Jobs at Next Computers, which was the company he was started up after he was kind of tossed out of Apple. And what I wish I knew is that when I quit, right as they went back to rejoin Apple, they offered to either pay me $10,000 in cash or convert it to Apple stock, and I did the cash. It was before the iPhone. I wish I knew that.
Regrets.
What's something you wish your younger self knew?
How I really looked with that goatee. I shouldn't have done it.
Flutter has a lot of widgets to help with explicit animations, ones that you, the developer, code up. But there are also widgets for implicit animations, those that animate changes for you. A good one to know is Animated Container. You can build it once with a particular attribute, like color, and when you rebuild it with a different value, say in response to a set state call, Animated Container performs a linear interpolation between the two values. And it's more than just colors. You can animate borders, border radii, background images, shadows, gradients, shapes, padding, width, height, alignment transforms, and more. The length of the animation is controlled by the duration parameter, and you can also specify your own curve to customize the effect. There are a bunch of other widgets to help with implicit animations too, so head to flutter.io for more info.
Hi, I'm Kelsey from Austin, Texas. I am a web developer, and right now I work in Rails and React, but previously I worked on a Cordova app. And I really like Flutter because of the hot reloading. I like that it integrates into VS Code pretty easily, and I can run my app directly from there. I really like the Firebase integration because I usually use Firebase for my projects, and it's super easy to get started with Flutter. I also really like the Flutter community on Twitter, and I went to a Flutter camp in New York City and had the best time. Everyone was super welcoming, and it was a lot of fun. I haven't started my own project yet, but I've contributed to a few open source projects and excited about getting started to build something of my own soon.
Hello, I'm here with Shams, who is the technical writer for Flutter and the Chief Plushie Officer. Tell me, what are the responsibilities of the Chief Plushie Officer, and how'd you get that title?
It was given to me by another colleague. I had some designs for the mascot, and I found a company to make them. And then we were making them for DartConf 2018 in January. I named her Dash because that was the first code, the project name for Dart.
That's great. And I think you have some dashes to show us.
I do. Here is the first dash, and you can see she's got some sort of turquoise, light turquoise here and here. After she was made, there were tweaks to the Flutter logo, where it was brought more in line with material design, and so the turquoise went away, and so our second run has blue, like a darker blue substituted for the light color, but is otherwise essentially the same. And then I was requested to make some puppets. So I did. I made a puppet. Everything's a widget, you know. So
why is Dash a bird?
Oh, an early O'Reilly book about Dart on the cover had a hummingbird. And it was a very angular, spiky hummingbird. But when the design company that designed the DartConf website for us, they made this fat, round bird. So also I've had Dash socks made. And
those are adorable.
And I've had Dash fabrics made. So here I have a chiffon I plan to make into a scarf. And then here I have a knitted, some knitted fabric that I was gonna make into a top to wear at Flutter Live, but people have suggested that it should be like a onesie, an adult onesie. So I don't know, I'll think about that.
Thank you so much, Shams. It's been great talking with you.
Thanks, it's been fun talking with you too.
Hey, my name is Mark Thompson. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm a software engineer and an entrepreneur. Flutter has changed the way I develop really because of the fact that I've never really developed with a bird by my side all the time. A Flutter project that I'm really excited about, really proud of, is the app that I've been making called Totally Strong. It's a fitness app, and I chose Flutter because I really wanted to see if I could do some really great things with a new and up-and-coming technology that promised this idea of great speed and great development. So I made Totally Strong. My favorite thing about development with Flutter has to be the development environment and things like the hot reload. The thing that excites me the most about Flutter and the Flutter community has to be the support from the development team and from the community of developers. I've noticed that even when I was first learning how to do Flutter, there were so many people, even from the Google team, who were willing to try to help me out. People were responding on Twitter, responding in the Gitter, people were just all around, and that was super fantastic. And the community is no different. The other people in the community really want to see you do well, and they really want to help where they can. So that is phenomenal. I think that this is just going to make Flutter go all the way to the top. I'm really excited about it.
I'm here with Will Larsh, who works on material design and Flutter. Will, could you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
Sure, so I'm the Flutter engineering lead in Material. Material has a huge engineering team that works on material components on different platforms and also supports the different platform teams like Flutter as they're building out anything that has to do with design. So I work with material designers and I work with Flutter engineers to make sure that there is really good, really easily executable, beautiful design in Flutter.
It's amazing. I remember at I/O earlier this year, Flutter was one of the 4 first-class implementations of Material alongside Android, Web, and iOS. I'm wondering if you could comment a little bit about that.
Yeah, so that still blows me away. It's really exciting to be in that group. I mean, those are some giants of digital industry, and Flutter is that important now. So we support it with our documentation by having an engineering team, and we believe that this time we will be growing with the platform instead of having to catch up, and that is a really great place to be. Also, we're really grateful to the Flutter team for the material implementation that they have built. It is spot on and it's amazing, and being the default UI library for a platform is really flattering. Like, we're really, really grateful that people understand how material design makes beautiful things easily. And now that we see how Flutter makes any kind of app easily, those two things go together perfectly.
What really motivates you every day to work on Flutter?
I was assigned to Flutter kind of just to do a little bit of an exploration in material. I was working on the iOS team at the time. And almost instantly, I knew that I did not want to do anything but Flutter ever again for the rest of my career. Every day is a delight building with Flutter, and it's very exciting to be on the ground level of the next big thing.
Awesome. Well, I didn't want to leave this interview without asking, did I miss the memo? Should I be wearing a suit?
I mean, you should be wearing a suit. You should be wearing a suit every day.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Will.
Sure. Thanks, Martin.
Hashtag Flutter Live keynote is happening soon.
Hashtag Ask Flutter. How does fade in image work?
Martin, we're supposed to be answering those questions.
Oh. How does fade in image work?
Well, actually, I made a YouTube video about that. It's in our Widget of the Week series. No, but really, this is just a friendly reminder to share your questions and thoughts with the hashtags AskFlutter and Flutter Live.
Yes. Right after the keynote, Andrew Brogdon from our team, who you may have seen on the Flutter Development Show series on the Google Developer YouTube channel, will be live to answer questions from our online viewers. Your tweets with those hashtags can appear on the show.
We're looking forward to hearing from you. On to the keynote and see you on the other side.
You never know in advance when you have the next idea for a song. And when you have an idea, you don't know if it's going to make it into the song. So that's why an app like Topline is such an important helper. We can use it to record and organize our ideas at any time from anywhere.
We've been innovating music recording process ever since the studio has been built. Perhaps the most known for the Beatles, but naturally we shouldn't forget all the other great artists, starting from Pink Floyd, going to the latest and the greatest. So for the last few years, we've been specifically looking at the music writing process, and we can see how it really changed. And we noticed that people are coming up with their ideas, musical song ideas, at the worst possible moments. So we wanted to develop something to make that initial spark easily captured, to make sure that they don't lose their ideas.
Having all that in mind, we created a user-friendly, very minimalistic-looking iOS app. Artists can use it to record ideas and use tags to organize them directly in the app.
And people were asking for two things. They were asking for a version in their country, and then they were asking for Android. And there were so many of those requests all over our Facebook, all over our Instagram, all over our Twitter. We just had to develop it very, very quickly.
And we at Miquido said that, well, okay, we can do it. But it wasn't as easy as we expected. While the app itself looks simple, it actually has a very complicated structure inside. So we had to look into innovative solutions to make sure that we can get Topline on Android quickly. After some research, we found Flutter.
Flutter is a free and open source SDK created by Google. It features a single codebase, which allows you to craft native apps on both iOS and Android at the same time. One of its key features is stateful hot reload. This allows developers to make changes while the app is running in real time, which speeds up the troubleshooting process immensely. Flutter also has plenty of customizable widgets to help you build beautiful interfaces in minutes.
And we used one of those widgets to create a pretty neat swipe menu. Overall, the implementation of Flutter's SDK and plugins was very, very simple. Thanks to Flutter, we were able to finish developing the Android version in just 10 weeks with a small team consisting only of 3 people, 1 Android and 2 front-end developers.
As we wanted to democratize music making, it was really important for us to have the both versions of the app available as soon as possible. So we are super excited that our app is now available on both iOS and Android.
Topline has made making songs so much easier. It has become a vital part in our creative process, and we're looking forward to making much more songs of it in the future.
And now, please welcome to the stage Tim Sneath.
Thank you so much. Welcome to Flutter Live. Thank you all for coming. This is a global event. We have hundreds of thousands of people watching this all over the world, whether via live stream or at the over 150 viewing parties around the world. Whether you're watching us over a morning cup of coffee in Seattle, or whether you're attending a meeting after work in Berlin, or joining a pajama party in Bangkok, welcome. I want to start by paying credit to the many software engineers who contributed to this project, and without whom we wouldn't all be here today. With Flutter, we assembled the best engineering talent from across the industry, all of whom shared a dream of reinventing how user interfaces are built. Our team includes leaders with pedigree from web, desktop, and mobile UI toolkits. It includes the former editor of the HTML standard, leading developers who've worked on WebKit and Blink, and architects who created the first version of V8, the JavaScript engine that powers Chrome. And then beyond our own team, we also have hundreds of contributors from the community who've identified issues, contributed patches, and even introduced new features. And all of that has brought us to this moment today. This isn't just our product, but it's your product. And we're so proud to be part of the journey with you. So let's talk about Flutter. Our vision for Flutter is something that many of us have been dreaming of for years. A powerful, general-purpose, open UI toolkit for building stunning experiences on any device, embedded, mobile, desktop, or beyond. While we're still in the early stages of this journey, we're already depending on Flutter ourselves at Google to power many different apps and services. We know from direct experience that it's ready for beautiful production apps. And now we're delighted to share it with you also. Our immediate focus is the mobile phone. Developers today are forced to compromise between either building the same app multiple times on multiple operating systems or accepting a lowest common denominator solution that trades native speed and accuracy for portability. With Flutter, the days of compromise are finally over. There are 4 characteristics of Flutter that we think make it a unique platform for you to build native mobile application experiences. Firstly, Flutter enables you to build beautiful apps. As you'll hear later, Flutter provides a rich palette of tools that give you control over every pixel on the screen. Designers will never again have to compromise on their vision. Flutter includes a full set of widgets that deliver pixel-perfect experiences on both iOS and Android. And it enables the ultimate realization of material design. So, whether you're building a highly tailored branded experience or a native iPhone or Android app, you should find that Flutter provides everything you need to build a beautiful, award-winning interface. Secondly, Flutter is fast. It's powered by the Blazing Speed Skia 2D graphics engine, which enables hardware-accelerated graphics. From the start, we architected Flutter to be able to support glitch-free, jank-free graphics at the native speed of your display. Flutter code is compiled. It's not interpreted. It doesn't go through a virtual machine. When your application is finished, it's compiled to native machine code. Thirdly, Flutter is productive. Flutter introduces a revolutionary new capability for developers and designers to iterate on their apps in real time. And we call this stateful hot reload. And it enables you to change the code of your app and see the changes in real time without having to restart the app or get back to the screen you were on. And we think stateful hot reload transforms the way you build an app. And developers who use it, some of you may be here in the room today, say it makes them up to 3 times more productive. And lastly, Flutter is open. Flutter itself is open source, open for contributions, open for extensibility. Every line of code is available for you to read, fork, extend, amend. You don't have to buy a developer tool to use Flutter or to use its tools. Everything is licensed freely under a BSD-style license. And of course, that openness extends to the community. There are already thousands of Flutter plugins out there. And of course, anything that the underlying operating system exposes is available to Flutter, whether it's written in Kotlin or Java on Android, or Swift or Objective-C on iOS. So, put all this together. Combine it with best-in-class tooling for Visual Studio Code or Android Studio, IntelliJ, or the programming editor of your choice, and you have Flutter, a framework for building beautiful native experiences for iOS or Android from a single code base. So what does this mean for you? Well, as a business, you no longer need to fund 2 teams. You can put all your resources towards crafting one beautiful native experience that's available everywhere you need to be. But today, we're not just here to talk about Flutter. We want to show you some examples of Flutter in action. And to do that, here's Filip Hradček. Over to you, Filip.
Thank you. So Tim told you about the 4 tenets of Flutter: beautiful, fast, productive, and open. And it was okay, right? It was a little bit theoretical, but fortunately, I'm here now. And I'm going to show you how that translates to practical stuff. So we built an app for this event. It's called The History of Everything. And I'm going to give you a little tour of the app. And I'm going to show you how, different things about Flutter made things possible, or at least easier. So I'll start with basics. The app starts immediately, right? This is because Flutter compiles ahead of time to ARM code, right? So there's no JIT to warm up. There are no scripts to parse. It just starts executing fast, right? Second, this is an Android device and this is an iPhone. And as you can see, the basic interaction is completely natural. If you go to a different screen, everything works as you would expect. So these are the basics, and this is how Flutter makes you productive by letting you focus on the custom stuff while doing the basics itself. I'm going to get rid of one of the phones just because it's distracting to have 2, and I'm just going to focus on this one, right? So let's take this a little further. It's nice to have scrolling, but how can we turn this up to 11? So in this view, we have this very interactive, very animated timeline, right? Where you can go all the way from Big Bang to today. And if you see that red dot, that's all of human history, by the way. We'll get back to that. But what I'm going to show you now is actually, so the scroll behavior is still completely natural to the platform, but we added this really, I think it's fun, bouncy effect, just to make it more interesting to interact with the app. And this is actually a testament to the openness of Flutter, because we were able to use Flutter physics, scroll physics, and add a custom layer on top. So Flutter is not just open as in open source, as in you can read the code, of course, but also it gives you, as a developer, access to all these classes and functionality that you can then build on top of. But let's take this a little further, right? So it's nice to scroll, but let's zoom. So I'm going to zoom right past dinosaurs, because it turns out nobody likes dinosaurs. Humans, this is the red dot that we saw earlier. And now, as you can see, at any moment, at any scroll position, at any zoom level, we show what makes the most sense. And that is possible, again, because Flutter is fast. You can actually, or we can actually, recompute what to show on every frame. And this is basically a requirement for any very custom UI, where you want to be able to rebuild things and be interactive 60 frames per second. OK, but let's take this a little bit further. So you might be thinking, oh, these are cool. I like these little animations. And you might also be thinking that these are actually pre-computed, a GIF or maybe a video. But these are actually vector animations that we're building on every frame with Flutter. So for example, this one, I can sway the tree above of Newton, And I like how like the apple still falls on Newton's head. It's because, life is hard. And this is possible because, again, Flutter is fast, but also because Flutter at its deepest level uses Skia rendering engine. Skia is hardware accelerated. It paints directly to your graphics card, and you own all the pixels. So whatever beautiful design your designer designs, okay, or whatever artwork your art person does, you can do it. And you can do it, again, 60 frames per second. And that's really cool. OK, now you might be thinking, this is all cool, but you're showing Pixel 3. That's a very modern phone. How about older phones, right? And I'm glad you asked, because by chance, I have other phones with me today. So this is an Android phone from 2014, Samsung. And it's running, I think, Android KitKat. And as you can see, it works just fine. And here, if I can make it go away, and here we have an iPhone from 2013, so 5 years ago. And again, it runs just fine, right? So it's not just the modern phones. OK, if we go to the computer screen, what magic is this, right? I'm not going to do any live coding, but I just want you to see that it's just Flutter code. There's like the app itself is all Flutter. There is no magic behind it. It's all the Flutter that you all probably, or at least many of you, know and love. It just compiles to APK for Android and IPA for iOS. And then it gets published to the stores. This is actually published like maybe 2 hours ago. This is the App Store, and this is the Play Store. If we get back to the phone. So we were able, in maybe something like 6,000 lines of code, we're able to build a very custom app in 3 months with 3 people who were busy doing other stuff as well. So that's the productive part, right? But there are things that you won't find in the released version of the app. Why? Because I believe that just because you can do something with Flutter doesn't mean you should. For example, can you add 150 little animated hearts to the timeline that scroll with it and get bigger and smaller and all that? Sure. Should you do that? No. Maybe yes, but no. Second, that we didn't add to the production app is the last event in the timeline. And that is obviously Flutter Live, right? Because the history of everything ends with Flutter Live. No, think about it. Like, everything that ever happened since the history of time has led us to this moment. It's true. Yeah. A little bit of philosophy. Anyway, what I wanted to show here is that Flutter is all widgets. It's open, and it's composable. So if we want to have a video playing in our very custom timeline and being included by all these things, we can, because it's just another widget. It's Flutter, so sure. The last thing I want to show you is basically this, but can we take it a little further? So that's the blue dot just above here. And that is actually a very substantial event in the history of everything. This is me trying to find this venue earlier today. I got lost in London, and I was very sad. But I had a device with me connected to the internet. And, there's this service by Google that you use if you have a phone with you and you're lost. And as you can see, in this little animation, Wait, what is this? Can you see that? Let me zoom in. Oh, is this an actual Google map running inside my Flutter application while it's being swayed around? Sure. Because this is Flutter, right? So it's another widget. Okay, so to summarize, we've seen an application that I think is beautiful, that was built in 3 months by 3 people, that is fast on a wide range of devices, and that because of the openness of Flutter can do cool things like this. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Philip. What do you think? So to me, that's a great example of Flutter, right? It's a beautiful experience that does things that even a traditional native platform solution might struggle to do. So you've seen a little of what Flutter can do. And today, it gives me great pleasure to announce the general availability of Flutter 1.0. Thank you. So today's release marks a key milestone for the product, where we declare it's not just ready for early adopters, it's ready for everyone. We released the first beta of Flutter back at Mobile World Congress in February of this year. And looking back over the last 9 months, it's been really quite humbling from our point of view to see how people have adopted and responded to Flutter. Since February, well over 250,000 developers have used Flutter. Companies large and small, including the likes of Alibaba, Groupon, Tencent, Capital One, Philips Hue, and of course Google, are developing with Flutter. And even in this pre-release stage up till now, we've seen over 3,000 apps published on the Play Store alone, reaching hundreds of millions of users. To show you some of the momentum that already exists for Flutter, we thought it'd be fun to put together a quick video that shows the great work that many of you have done with Flutter so far. All right, so it's time to switch gears a little. We're going to take the next little while to talk through 4 core areas of Flutter, starting with designing stunning apps with Flutter. Then we're going to talk about developing Flutter apps. Then we're going to talk about connecting Flutter to online services. And lastly, we're going to talk about the process of releasing apps. So let's start with design. And to start this section off, I'm joined by Will Losh, who's an engineer on the material design team. Will, great to see you.
Thanks, Tim. I'm so excited to tell you today why I believe that Flutter is the perfect platform for executing pixel-perfect designs. But first, let's take a step back. Right now, good design is expensive, especially on mobile. It takes extra engineering resources to execute, and what you get is rarely what you want. The designer hands us something detailed and beautiful, but we push back on what makes it special. Branded menu button, it's easier to use a stock icon. Custom map bar, we could, but it's complex. Custom tabs, we ran out of time. we end up compromising on the details that make our experience excellent and end up shipping something that's just good enough. It has the major features we need, but none of the finesse. So with the best of intentions, we say we'll get to it later. But let's be honest, later never comes. The tickets sit in our backlog, and we never delete them because that would be admitting defeat. But what gets me so excited about Flutter is that we can break that cycle. We can ship the app we really want with detail and polish and fewer of those painful compromises. Flutter's architecture is designed for building beautiful custom UI. Flutter's main goal is to make building polished custom app interfaces a faster, more delightful experience for designers and developers. Firstly, Flutter is powerful enough to draw anything designers dream up. It's built on Skia, the open source graphics engine used by Adobe, Chrome, and Amazon Kindle. We can get print quality custom typography without needing to dive down to low-level frameworks like Cortext. There's easy-to-access APIs for character spacing and word spacing. Its animation and motion framework is more finely tunable than anything I've ever seen on mobile. We've looked closely at what developers need to execute complex, high-fidelity designs on the devices of today and put it at their fingertips instead of burying it in obscure, hard-to-learn frameworks. And we've used these APIs to make a component library expressing opinionated and flexible design standards. Material components for Flutter. These are reusable widgets designed by the material design team here at Google. If you haven't heard, we released a major expansion of Material, making the system more flexible and expressive. And the Flutter team has done a great job implementing the Material components to our specifications, so we can get a beautifully themed experience out of the box. On Flutter, Material is beautiful. It's a platform powerful enough to build anything our designers dream up. It's also extensible. We can extend the existing Material components to support almost anything, and often much more easily than in traditional code. But maybe most impressively, Material is fast. I actually built these screens on the subway on my way to work in about half an hour. The layout system in Flutter is just that good. I believe Material Design is the most expressive and flexible cross-platform design system you could need. But Flutter is powerful enough to implement any design system, so Material Components isn't the only library that comes with Flutter. You also get Cupertino, a faithful implementation of Apple's iOS design language. Cupertino gives us action sheets, alerts, segment controls, sliders, nav bars, switches, over 24 widgets that look like they came right out of UIKit, but 100% open source. And coming from traditional iOS, that's mind-blowing. If I have a question about a text field, I can go look at its source code. And you can't do that with private APIs. Cupertino even plays well with Material components on iOS, so I automatically get iOS-style controls when I run a Material app on an iPhone. But it doesn't matter if you're using a design system or a completely custom UI. Flutter is faster than traditional mobile coding. In fact, we've seen teams make up to 3x gains in velocity using Flutter. That can dramatically alter what your team can accomplish. And we've already seen some of you do amazing things with Flutter. This is Reflectly, an award-winning app on iOS and Android, and it's built with Flutter. I'd like to invite designer-developer Jacob Christensen, founder at Reflectly, to join me on stage. Jacob?
Thank you so much, Will. So, hello everyone. My name is Jacob. I am a co-founder at Reflectly, where I also head up UX UI design as well as front-end development. Now, Reflectly is what we call a conversation-based journal. Now, what that means is that everyday users open up the app and go through a series of questions, which helps them log down their day. However, instead of just presenting them with like a blank screen and they fill in some text, like you would in a traditional journal, we prompt them with very specific UI interactions, such as rating their day with a little smiley face slider, or selecting an icon that best represented, well, how the day went. Now, all of this is then bundled together into what we call a story. Now, users can then go back in their journal and reread the stories to see what were they up to and how did they actually feel. However, we can also show them how they've been progressing over time, but give them aggregated statistics. Now, all of this makes Reflectly understandable and easy to use. However, what's even more important to us is we're seeing it bringing immense value to our users. We're actually seeing users become happier over time by using Reflectly, which of course is amazing. Now, Reflectly is just around the corner from hitting that 1 million user mark globally, all of whom are able to use this amazing app built entirely in Flutter.
That's really great, Jacob. I want to ask you a couple questions. Was this your first Flutter app?
Yes, it was.
And how many engineers were working on it?
So just me for the front end.
And how long did it take you?
So the first line of Flutter was written in March, and with the learning curve, we got this completed in 2.5 months.
Okay, that's crazy. Wow. All right, great job, Jacob. Thank you. Jacob Christensen. I really believe we might be entering a new age, one in which we don't tell designers that we're going to be getting to something later or soon. But now, Flutter makes executing beautiful designs easy. And with that, I'd like to turn things back over to Tim. Tim?
So, you've heard how the architecture of Flutter makes it possible for designers and developers to work together to create beautiful UI. And again, this is where Flutter stands out, as you saw with Philip's demo in the Big History app. It's the composition of text, video, graphics, and UI controls, whether from Flutter or the underlying platform, applying animations and transformations onto a single hardware-accelerated surface that makes Flutter such a powerful platform and a powerful addition to the toolkits of designers and developers. But while Flutter bridges the gap to designers, we think there's an opportunity to give creative professionals the same boost to productivity that Stateful Hot Reload gives to developers. And we've been working with a company who've been investing in this space for a little while. And they've got some tools that I think you might be interested to see. So I want to invite 2 Dimensions onto the stage. Oh, okay.
I'm a designer, and what I really like about Flutter is how easy it makes it for us to create beautiful applications. Now, as a designer, I always have big plans for what I'm going to build. I love coming up with new interactions, slick animations, epic lens flares, you name it. That said, once I've got these concepts down, I then have to figure out how I'm going to actually code all of this awesome stuff. And that's when I think, how cool would it be if I had a twin that could code it all for me? Well, I have good news. Today, we are launching a clone program. Just kidding. I am indeed lucky to have a twin, and he's an engineer. This is Luigi, by the way. But thanks to our new tool and Flutter, you won't need a complementary twin like us. We are 2 Dimensions, and we're here today to tell you guys about a new product we built called Flare. Flare is a vector design and runtime animation tool that exports directly to Flutter. Guido and I built Flare so that designers like ourselves and developers can work in parallel. If you're a designer, the biggest advantage to Flare is that you don't need to work, that you do get to work directly on the assets that run in your final app. That means you don't need to design in one app, animate in another app, redline your mockups, write up a 100-page guide to basically help your engineering team redo all the work that you already did. Everything that you design in Flare is exactly what runs in Flutter. Not only does this open up your entire team to be able to quickly iterate, but it also allows you to make great design a part of your process from the very beginning right up until the completion of your app. So we have a demo, and we're going to show you how all of this works. So what Guido's going to pull up here is a Flutter list view that's hooked up to a Flare pull-down refresh animation. Now what you can see is as Guido pulls the list down, there's a zoom animation that progresses with the movement of the list. And at the same time, there are a couple different idle animations like the earth spinning, the stars twinkling, and some of the comets that are shooting by that are blended on top. And this is done regardless of where Guido's finger is placed or where the list view is placed. This is all animated in different layers. So this would all be pretty difficult to achieve with a video or an image sequence. Instead, these are all animations that I created, and I'm going to show you a little bit of what the file looks like in Flare. So this is our space demo, and these are all the animations I created for this app. There's this pull animation, which Luigi has hooked up to basically progress as you're pulling your finger. And as you can see, the Earth isn't actually rotating, the clouds and continents aren't moving, and that's because there's a separate animation called idle here, and that's where all that stuff is happening. Now, if I blend these two animations together, you see that all that stuff happens together. The other animations we have here are just a simple success state, which basically happens when the user has pulled their finger far enough. It just lets the user know, something happened, success. And then it goes into this loading indeterminate state where it's basically waiting for the loading to finish. That's it. That's all I created in Flare, and Luigi hooked that all up to work. So it only takes a few lines of code to get this actually running in Flutter. There are a bunch of widgets that we provide that make it really easy to do this. And once this is done, Guido can keep iterating on this design completely by himself. That's a good point. So going back to the simulator here, now that I'm actually seeing this running here, I kind of think that the moon spinning actually looks sort of boring. I think we could do something a little more exciting with it. And that's a good opportunity to show you guys how easily I can update that and iterate on it without taking up any of Luigi's time. So I'm going to switch over to Flare, and I'm in my loading animation already. I'm going to grab the moon orbit keyframes here and just hit delete. Now, what I actually want to do is have the moon kind of move from a side view. I want it to move like this. So I'm going to set a keyframe at the start here for the position. I'm going to set the same keyframe at the end. And then right about in the middle here, I'm going to put -60 to inverse it. So now we've got the movement. I'm going to add just some easing to it. And I want this to be kind of playful, so I'm going to go for a bit of an exaggerated curve. I already set up the draw order so that it switches, and you can see that we've got our new orbit here. Now, I'm going to do just one last thing to really sell this animation, and that's to add just a little bit of scale to make this look cartoony. So I'm going to add 2 keyframes first for our normal scale, and then right about here where the moon is passing in front of the Earth, I'm going to double our X. And you'll see that this creates just a little bit of playfulness. All right, I think that's good enough for now. Let's see how I get this back into Flutter. I'm going to hit export, switch over to our assets, and just drag and drop our new asset over the old one, hit replace, and then I switch over to VS Code, do a hot restart because we need to reload our asset, and we've got my new moon animation in there. I was able to do all of that without taking up any of Luigi's time, and I can keep iterating on this as long as I want. So Flare is really good at UI components as well as graphical animations like you just saw. This is an expand collapse toggle animation that Guido built for the History of Everything app. This is a broken heart that shows up in the favorites list when it's empty. But where Flare really shines is at building complex animation systems that are really easy to control. We have full support for bones, constraints, and inverse kinematics. One of the animations you may have seen in the History of Everything is this Amelia Earhart. She is controlled by one set of constraints that allow moving her eyes, her nose, her mouth, and her face without animating all of those properties individually. Instead, an animator can really quickly keyframe just one node or have a developer control it in Flutter and have all these constraints work there as well. In this other example, Guido can move the hip bone for this character, and you can see that her feet and her legs bend and move in the correct direction as you'd expect, and that's thanks to the inverse kinematics that we support. So, as you can see, Flare removes the churn between design and development, and it really allows you to make great design a fundamental part of your process. I'm really excited to announce that Flare is launching today on 2dimensions.com, and it's free. If you're a developer, you'll be able to find a bunch of assets on 2dimensions.com that other designers have already shared and made available on there. In fact, all of the assets for the History of Everything app are available for free on 2dimensions.com. We're really, really excited to see that Flutter is going 1.0 today, and we can't wait to see how you'll use Flare with it. Thank you.
Wow. Thanks, Luigi. Thanks, Guido. So that is Flare. Flare bridges the gap between designers and developers. Designers are at last able to fully participate from beginning to end in the development of an app, creating interactive content that can evolve along with the rest of the app. Okay, so we've talked about design with Flutter. Let's now switch to the developer. You know, writing code can often be a frustrating process, particularly when you're working with a new framework. And perhaps one of the best things about web development is how immediate it is. You know, you can make changes and you can see them reflected in real time without the painful edit, compile, run, debug cycle that slows down traditional development. With Flutter, we've taken a lot of inspiration from that model. And here to show you how fun it can be to develop with Flutter are Emily and Matt. Hey, you guys.
Hello.
So, hopefully, so far, you've seen a whole bunch of really cool and beautiful apps built in Flutter. What we want to do is show you something a little different, what it's actually like to build a Flutter app, what the developer experience is like. So we've got a laptop. We have a mobile phone, and what we're going to do is we're going to start to play around with some code, because one of the things that we feel Flutter really gives you as a developer is a really, really nice development experience. So we're going to mirror our mobile phone onto our laptop, and we are going to build ourselves an app. And it's all going to go swimmingly, because this is actually going to be live.
Got a ADB not responding.
And we're starting off really well because our ADB is not responding. Yes! I'm going to keep talking about how wonderful the development experience is.
Why don't you
not necessarily the plugging the phone in and getting going experience.
Why don't you tell them what we're going to build?
Okay. So we're going to play around with clocks, because we feel that clocks are underrated as apps, and we're going to actually try to make them interesting. But the real reason we're doing it is because what we did was initially, as you'll see any second, honestly, I really, really promise, is that we put a very, very basic app together. And what this app is a countdown app. And when we click go, it's going to start counting down. And we didn't put a reset button in there. So this is going to count down to 0, and that is going to keep us honest as to what we're going to build. And we're going to see how this goes. So we're up and running. Great. We're going to take about 30 minutes to...
15.
We're going to take 25 minutes.
15.
We're going to take 20 minutes.
10.
Right, 15. We're going to take 15 minutes to build out
and make
an
it
app.
12.
Emily rounds down. We're going to take 12 minutes, and we're going to build out... Oh, and you've already started. OK. So, Emily, why don't we explain roughly how our basic app works?
Yeah. So, as Matt mentioned, we have a countdown app written in Flutter because, and as you can see, it's rather boring. But we were wondering, what if countdown apps could be fun, as Flutter is fun? And what if countdown apps could be beautiful? This is not yet beautiful. So let's take a look at what we have written here. So we've got a simple clock. And if you ever come across a clock in your lifetime, you...
We're not going to explain clocks. People get clocks.
Oh, okay.
And we have 11 minutes and 24 seconds left.
Okay. So as you all experienced, this clock's tick. Every second, time is passing. And so what we have here is we've got a stream that our program can subscribe to, and every second an event occurs saying the amount of remaining time that is left.
Mm-hmm.
And so we can subscribe to the stream, and on our simple clock, we can build based on that stream. So we have this stream builder. We are listening to that countdown stream, and then based on each time we get a update, aka a second has passed, we're going to print that text.
Mm-hmm. So the moral of the story here is time is inexorably counting down, and we need to get busy. So we're going to make our lives even more harder because Emily and I could not agree on what we were going to build. I wanted to build a retro clock because I love my 70s chic.
And I wanted to showcase the fact that we can use so many different features with our mobile phones, so we're going to be building a photo app because interactive timers are the best.
So in 10 minutes and 15 seconds, we are going to try to build 2. And the reason, again, we're using the stream is because we can actually build these, and we can combine them into this app, and we can use the same timer, so we cannot cheat. Right, so where am I going to start? Let's take a look here. Let's close that down. And I am starting here with basically a blank file. I have nothing. And I'm going to start with a widget, because in Flutter, everything begins with a widget. In the beginning, there is a widget, and I'm going to call this retro clock.
And as you can see, we have this widget has a build method. This is what gets called when you're drawing the particular widget to screen, which is not yet being drawn. And yeah.
Okay, so what screams 70s chic to you?
Orange and brown.
Orange and brown is one, but also wood grain. So we're going to add some wood grain in. We're going to start there. I bet you all thought you were going to see something awesome, and now you're going to get retro wood grain. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a stack. And the reason I'm using a stack is that we can layer widgets on top of each other with a stack, and I'm going to start with the wood grain.
Yes, and so right now this stack has one widget in it, but spoiler alert, there's going to be more widgets on top.
And because we want to be able to see all of our clocks, what are we going to use?
Yes, we'll wrap this in a page view, which will allow us to swipe between the different clocks, since we want to be able to see all of them as our time counts down.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap page view. We're going to put retro clock first.
Bold move.
And lo and behold, oh, is this disconnected?
It did.
It did disconnect. This is going so well. Oh, this is awesome. I knew we should have used the iOS simulator. Bear with us while we just reconnect here.
Just make
now, you see, the problem here is that we're not only counting down, so the app restarts, it doesn't start at the same, or at a new time, or at the beginning time. We're persisting this to the device. So it's probably still clicking down at this moment in time. So we're not going to get any more extra time to work in this. We're going to be able to constrain ourselves even further. So with Flutter, even though it isn't quite obvious to you at the moment, what you can actually do is you can develop really nicely with the phone plugged in. And you can hot reload over to that phone, and it can be iOS or Android. We work equally well with emulators and simulators. And I even do funky things like... Did I mess up?
You added a few too many parentheses.
Did I add too many parentheses?
Yes.
Did I actually do that?
Yes.
Why do I have a job?
Yeah, you're creating empty statements.
I used to write Lisp. This was easy back then.
All right, let's give this
Can
another
I keep
go.
going now?
Yes.
Okay, are we doing that?
It's,
do you trust me?
It's relaunching.
Will I actually get back at the keyboard now?
Yeah. I'll go for it.
Okay, I'm going for it. Wow. Okay.
So while that's reloading, as we mentioned, we've stored our time in the preferences. Oh, there we go.
Oh dear me, it's wood grain. Yes.
If only.
Please, there we go. Yeah, wood grain. Wonderful.
If only we knew what time it was, Matt.
If only we knew what time it was. It's too late. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put back in Simple Clock, because with Simple Clock, everything is a widget, and we can reuse widgets. And lo and behold, we have an incredibly difficult time that we can't read. So let me style that up a bit. And we will put that in. And OK, So we have 8 minutes, and we've gotten to wood grain and a clock. So
I think you've achieved Swedish minimalism.
I think I have. So let me fix that. I'm going to put in a clock frame widget. And in my clock frame widget, what I'm going to use here is I'm going to use a card. And
Yeah, so a card is, it's just like a container. You can give it color, and it has some elevation, it has some nice edge. You can round the edges, make it stand out.
Exactly. And again, I can just swap out my widgets as I build this up. And there we go. We have a card, which is kind of boring. So let's make it a little more framey. So I can give it a shape, and I can give it a border. And this border, border, color, some roundedness. And there we go. Okay, so that's looking more clock-like, right?
That is, although I thought this was supposed to be a retro clock, and this is looking pretty darn digital.
Okay, so I can do something about that. I can create yet another widget and start to stack them up, and this time I'm going to create a clock face. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use and cheat, and I'm going to use a package built by one of our community.
Yes, so someone else in our community wrote this really cool package called Flip Panel, and Matt wrote some styling around that, and he has a variant called Flip Digit, and we are using that.
But we have a problem. Because I'm no longer using retro clock or simple clock, so I don't actually have a clock anymore, so I need access to that countdown stream.
So yeah, Matt is going to use an inherited widget to pull down that stream so we can listen and receive updates.
And I am going to swap out my simple clock now with my clock face. And whoa, there we go. Best clock ever. Wait, there's more. We're not done yet.
Yeah, but I would like to see how many minutes we have.
You don't want to see how many minutes we have left, seriously.
You're right, I don't. Let's just, yeah, okay, fine.
Can I close my parentheses? No, I can't. So let's reuse that. So what I'm doing here is I'm simply creating a row, so I can lay things out horizontally, and I'm going to put in 4 flip digits, one for each, the tens, the seconds, the ones, and whatnot. And I'm going to save that. And there we go. I think at this point, this is retro enough.
Yeah, it's good. And I'm ready to take over the keyboard.
I'm getting kicked off. Okay, fair enough. Good. So hopefully you've seen, if you balance your parentheses, coding Flutter is relatively straightforward, composing widgets together. And what I've done is I've created something with, basically by styling up a bunch of pieces, a little bit of animation of using a package. We're going to get a little more advanced now because what Emily wants to build is a photo clock.
Yes,
So what Emily is using here is she's using a stateful widget, which is, I was using stateless because I didn't have any state to follow. Emily's going to have a little bit of state to manage later on, and we'll get back to that in a minute when it becomes obvious. So we have this stateful widget, and inside, what are we doing when we run this thing?
Yeah, so with stateful widgets, you have this init state method that you can call when the first time that a stateful widget is called. Hold on, I'm just going to put in a clock here so we know how we're doing.
So you can see here that we have, we're using the camera plugin, which is one of the plugins built by the Flutter team, which gives you full access to all of the cameras and camera activities / things you can do on both iOS and Android. And what we want to do is we want to take a photo every minute. And we really want to hurry up because we only have 4.5 of them left. So we're going to, Emily's done some funky math to basically say every time we hit 0 on the seconds, take a picture. We're doing the right thing with permissions. So
yeah, what you saw is I initialized the camera, and so it was asking me for permissions to use the camera.
And so technically in 7 seconds, we're going to get a photo taken. So we shall do our first selfie. And by the power of Flutter, there is a photo taken. Isn't that wonderful? We have our word for it, so let's actually show something.
All right, so I'm going to put this in a column so we can put the clock and then the image that we took just below it. And then I wrote a widget ahead of time called Film Strip. That, so remember we're talking about streams for the time. We also set up a stream that is listening to the file system. So when we take a photo, we are writing to file system and we have a listener. And then when that is updated, we tell Flutter that we need to rebuild. So I'm going to add that in.
We're going to add this in. We're using a column here. I used a row earlier, so this should vertically style it. And fingers crossed, we have a selfie. So this is great. We can only, well, we're going to need
Another
a second
picture
photo.
coming up.
All right, so I'm going to get in here. I'm going to get my selfie. This is going to be great. So we got 3, 2, 1, and photo. So we're going to make this so we can scroll back to the other photo, right?
Yes. Oh, well,
Okay,
yes,
good.
because I like the first one better.
Okay.
So let us switch this out. Right now, we're showing the first of the film images.
Mhm.
So instead, we're going to use a list view, and we're going to scroll horizontally through all of the photo paths.
And so we have managed to squeeze in stacks, columns, rows, and list views, almost by accident, but we got them all in. And so now we can scroll through these photos, and this is great. And we're starting to get somewhere. But we're not quite done yet, are we?
No, I'm going to add some styling. So first,
Even though I ate up all your time, you seem to be making some up, and we still have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
yes.
Okay.
So, all right. So first, I'm going to add some images just to make it look a little more like a camera. Oh, I'm glad that Dash could visit.
There we go.
She may have even visited the haberdashery. No. All right. So I'm also going to set some styling to make this fill in. Let's see. I've got a nice font.
So we're going to style up the time, and we're going to make it not look super modern. We're going to go Art Deco. This is going to be fairly eclectic. So we have the time ticking down. We have some styling around it. What else do we need to do? Oh, we're going to put in a... we have 2 cameras in this phone, not one. And we can access both of them. So what we can do here is we can pop in a button, and that's going to let us...
Switch the direction of the
switch
camera.
the direction of the camera.
So it's pretty easy button.
Mhm.
You can see here when the button gets pressed, we are going to switch the direction of the camera, and this is where the statefulness of the widget comes into place. We're setting the state, and here I'll show you. So you see that if you tap the button, you can see the text will change, and so it's changing state. Now the alignment is a little wonky, so I'm going to fix that. Make it centered. And okay, there's one more thing we're going to do.
We have 35 seconds. What are we going to do?
So there's a really cool another third-party plugin that has this kind of explosion animation, and so
We're going to make our self-destruct in 22 seconds.
Yes. So I wrote
Not that we made it self-destruct already, at least twice.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, okay. So we're
Are we
gonna
make it.
We're gonna make it.
Okay. We got 10 seconds.
We are gonna make it.
House lights, please. I want everybody to raise their arms. 3, 2, 1. Say cheese. Oh, look at that. There we go. Woo! Fireworks. We've subjected you enough live coding, so we'll stop it there.
And
Thank you very much.
to enough adrenaline. Yeah. Rest easy now.
I have so much respect for those guys. To pull that off in that length of time is just amazing. Whew. So over the last couple of months, we spent a lot of time talking with companies and developers who are building with Flutter and learning a little bit about how they're using it. And in particular, as we've got towards 1.0, we were interested to see what things did we need to continue to invest in. And so there's a bunch of things that we've been sort of working on and adding over the last couple of months, particularly in the run-up to Flutter 1.0. So firstly, developers told us, as Will mentioned, they wanted to see support or better support for building apps that fully model the iOS design guidelines. So we've added lots more widgets and classes that make it possible to build those pixel-perfect experiences for iPhone. Secondly, as Philip showed, developers want to be able to integrate other platform content into Flutter apps. So we've done the heavy lifting work to bring this directly into the Flutter compositor. And so that's how you saw the Google Maps work. And in the last week, we've published developer previews of a Google Maps plugin and also a web browser plugin. And then we heard loud and clear that developers want to be able to add Flutter to existing apps rather than just creating new apps with Flutter. This has actually been possible for a while, but we've done a lot of work over the last couple of months to improve the tooling, the build process, the debuggability of this scenario. And we'll continue to invest in this space over the next couple of months. And of course, that's not all that's in Flutter 1.0. We fixed a bunch of bugs. We've continued to refine and polish it. One feature I'm particularly proud of is adding localization of the UI content to 50 languages, from Arabic to Vietnamese, Marathi to Swiss German. We even support English. Many of these have come thanks to community contributions. So thank you if you've been involved in that process also. Lastly, Flutter 1.0 includes Dart 2.1, which adds additional compile time checking, increased performance, and reduced code size. A recent study of GitHub pull requests shows that Dart is one of the fastest growing languages, and that's also backed up by the latest edition of the TIOBE index. And as you'll see later, Dart gives Flutter unique advantages because of its versatility as a platform. Okay, so we've done design, we've done develop. We're now going to move on to talk about another part of the development process, connecting to external services. As I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons why Flutter is so productive for mobile development is the package ecosystem. We deliberately made the core of Flutter as small as possible, and we use the plugin model ourselves to ship new features out of band. We already have over 1,000 Flutter plugins, covering everything from video playback to Facebook authentication, SQLite to GraphQL. These packages are fully open source, many of them are contributed by the community, and they make it easy to add support for new services. For mobile developers, Firebase provides an array of key app services, such as analytics, databases, sign-in, push notifications, and crash reporting. Most of them are already supported with first-party Flutter integrations. And Flutter 1.0 increases this support further. To show how these plugins come together to make Flutter apps even more connected, please welcome Maurice Parrish to the stage. Maurice, great to see you.
Thank you, Tim. All right, let's get logged in here. Make sure everything's connected. Oop. So it looks like we're going to have to reconnect this. All right. Here we go. Perfect. Hey, everyone. My name is Maurice, and I'm an engineer that works on Flutter's plugins. I would like to show you something cool that we've been adding to Flutter. As you can see here, we have an avatar of me. And just like the Timeline app, the design and animation has been provided using Flare. Right now, the avatar is just standing idle, but that's kind of boring. So what we can actually do is we can move these sliders. We can have his face animation move. And have some funny expressions as well. We can even give him a big smile. But instead of using sliders, what if we could have his facial expression match mine automatically using the power of machine learning? So let's look at the code. So to achieve this, we're going to need two plugins. We're going to need the camera plugin, and we're going to need the ML Kit plugin. So since this app has already been pre-configured for the camera and the ML Kit, we're just going to dive straight into the code. So the first thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to create a class that will facilitate taking images from the camera and passing it to the face detector. So I've already gone ahead and created a class called Face Expression Reader that does just that. So this class has three main components. It has the camera controller, which controls access to the camera. Then we have the face detector, which runs ML models on images to detect faces. And the last part is we have the init method, which sets everything up. So what we're going to do is we're going to implement the init method. And what I love about Flutter is how easy it is to get started with the camera. It only requires 2 lines. The first one is the constructor, where we show that we want access to the front camera. And the second one, we show that we want low resolution images. And then the second line, we just initialize the camera and that's all that we need. The next step is to initialize the detector. And just like the camera, it's just as easy to set up. All we do is we get an instance of face detector from Firebase Vision. However, the default face detector only tells you the location of faces in an image. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to set some options so it can actually read face expressions. Here we go, reformat. So the options we're going to set so it can read facial expressions is we're going to enable classification and have the detector run in accurate mode. Now, last but not least, we're going to want to continuously stream bytes from the camera to the detector, and I've already gone ahead and created a helper method to do just that. So in this method, all we do is we pass the camera and the detector we just initialized, but I also pass a method that updates the face expressions reader every time we get a new result face from an image. So we can actually take a quick look at this helper method. It's actually fairly short. All we really do is we call this upcoming method called start byte stream on the camera. Every time we get an image, we take this image, we pass it to our detector, and then after we get the results for our detector, we update our face expression reader. So now that we set all that up, let's go ahead and go to our main.dart. We're going to want to go down to our state class. So I've already gone ahead and created an instance of the face expression reader, the class we just implemented, and I called it reader. So the very last thing we need to do to get this working is that we need to add a listener to the reader. And here we go. Now with this listener, the face expression reader will update our avatar every time it gets a new face. So we're going to go ahead and run hot restart. And the reason we're going to run hot restart instead of hot reload is because since we changed our init state method, we want to rebuild the entire state of our class. Let's see. I think it's already set up. Let's see. There we go. There we go. So not only can it just tell if I'm smiling or not, we can actually add a little bit more. So we're going to go ahead and run another hot restart. And what we did is that we have we're going to update the eyes, and we're going to update the tilting of the head. So if I hold this up to my face again, close my eyes, tilt right and left, it updates in real time. All right, so now that you've seen how easy it is to use MLKit, hopefully you'll consider it using it in your app as well. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Maurice. So, as Flutter is now at the point where it's starting to gain this critical momentum, we're starting to see other major companies add direct support. As an example, today we're announcing a new partnership that we think will open Flutter to a new class of applications. Mobile phones are increasingly being used for payments, both for digital and physical goods. Square are one of the pioneers of payment services for retailers and consumers. And I'm delighted to introduce Ella Polo to the stage to talk about how you guys are extending Flutter. Welcome.
Thank you, Tim. At Square, we believe the economy is better when everyone has access. No one should be left out because the cost is too high or the technology too complex. We started with a little white reader that let millions of merchants participate in the economy by making it easy to take credit card payments with your smartphone. Since then, we've worked hard to create an ecosystem of products that empowers our customers, and our developer platform is a key part of that ecosystem. Our multi-channel payment platform includes APIs and SDKs that let developers integrate payments into the apps they build. Square takes care of the complexity of payments, in person, in-app, and online, so developers can just focus on building great apps. Now, we've been following Flutter since the beta, and we're impressed by how it enables developers to quickly create beautiful and performant cross-platform apps. That's why today, we're so excited to announce 2 new plugins for Flutter development: the Flutter plugin for the Square Reader SDK, and the Flutter plugin for the in-app payments SDK. The Square Reader SDK enables developers to build apps for merchants that take in-person payments using Square hardware. And the in-app payments SDK lets them build consumer apps that take payments directly from buyers. To see this in action, let's meet Collins Family Orchards. They're a great example of a typical small business that runs on Square. Collins Family Orchards is a fourth-generation family farm growing a variety of organic fruits in eastern Washington state. They sell their produce at farmers markets all around the Seattle area, and like many small businesses, they use their phone and a Square Reader to take payments. Now, the Collins family was happy running on Square, but they wanted to build an app to accommodate the specific needs of their growing business. So let's take a look at an app built specifically for the Collins family using Flutter and the Flutter for Square Reader SDK plugin. This app helps them take and track payments at each farmer's market they go to, and has quick location switching built right in. All right, can we see the app here? Yes, it's on the right. You can see that it's branded for Collins Family Orchards, and I'm gonna start by signing in. And then I'll choose the location that I'm selling at. So let's say today that I'm at a farmer's market in Bellevue. Great, and I'll enter the amount to charge. But we can see right now that the charge button is disabled, right? So let's take a look at the code really quick. This is the on-checkout function, and this uses the Flutter plugin for Square Reader SDK to start the Square checkout flow. It takes in a set of checkout parameters, and these are the things that determine the behavior of the payment flow. So things like the amount of the transaction, but also whether we want to collect tips or show a receipt screen. And once we start the checkout flow, you'll notice that there's no configuration for the reader here. And that's because once we're in the transaction, Square takes care of talking to the hardware. So this is really all the configuration that you need. And we'll see nothing's calling this checkout function right now. So for the live coding portion of the demo, we're going to do a hot reload and set the charge button to call on checkout when it's pressed. And then I'll click charge to start the transaction. Great, what you're seeing now is the Square checkout flow. If I can find my card. Can we see the reader? Yes. And I'll insert my card to take the payment. Great, and the payment was accepted. Now when we look at the list of transactions for this location, we can see the payment that I just took right there. Okay. As you can see, it's really easy to add payments into your Flutter app with Square. The Flutter plugin for the Square Reader SDK is available today, and the Flutter plugin for the in-app payments SDK is available for early access. And you can read more about both at squareup.com/Flutter. We're really excited to be partnering with Google on this and to see what more we can do with Flutter in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella, and thank you, Square. So the last part of the app lifecycle we're going to talk about is release. As you've been hearing throughout the presentation, our goal is to make Flutter the most productive way to build beautiful, fast experiences for both iOS and Android from a single code base. But when it comes to continuous integration, continuous deployment, it sometimes feels like we're still a little bit stuck in the olden days. It's just a little bit too hard sometimes to configure build and test tooling, particularly if you're trying to target both iOS and Android. Lots of knobs and switches and manual configuration. Sometimes feels like being a phone operator in the 1950s. If only there was a build system that understood Flutter. Well, turns out there's a company who's been doing that. Let me introduce Trine Kask from Nevercode. Hi, Trine.
Hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be here and celebrate this Flutter Live event with people here and online. So, hey, people online. So, at Nevercode, we've been building our continuous integration and delivery product for mobile developers in companies such as Toyota, Walmart, and Sainsbury's, to name a few. And we've seen them struggle with setting up the whole development process for iOS and Android separately. So when we heard what Flutter does and how it actually changes the way how mobile apps are developed, we were convinced that the whole CI/CD experience needs to be re-engineered. So I'm proudly presenting you our brand new product, CodeMagic. Woo! So I'm going to show you how it works. And I'm going to show how easy it is to set up the whole pipeline to build your Flutter apps on CodeMagic. So actually, the beauty starts already when you join with your GitHub account. Because you see, it automatically understands your Flutter apps and pulls them to CodeMagic. And it's very easy. You just kick off the first build, and voila, it starts. You see the whole process here on one screen. So, of course, normally you would have webhooks that trigger the builds from GitHub after each commit. But the underlying thought when we were building this product was that it needs to be seamless, it needs to be intuitive, so that even a person with no prior CI/CD experience can start very, very quickly. So just to demonstrate you some of the, the UI that we have in mind. For example, I'm taking this, there's a huge lot, okay, here's a failed build. Because you want to know, why things are failing sometimes. So here you see that the build failed because it failed to install dependencies, and here you get more information, like what happened to make the next decisions. And then, if you want to configure your app more on CodeMagic, because it's not just for hobbyists or freelancers, it's also for hardcore developers who maybe want to experience a more sophisticated product. So you just go to the app settings here. You see, seems like just small steps, but actually you can customize here a lot. For example, I have chosen that I only want to build the Android app. And for example, in publishing, you can publish automatically to Google Play or App Store. And we also support out-of-the-box integration, code signing with iOS and Android. So as I'm on Slack very often, then of course I want my notification to end up in Slack channel. So I have chosen here that I want to know when the build starts and when it fails, or when the artifacts are published. So let's go see how far are we building this app currently. Okay, so you see that it's currently building the Android app, and already you can open up the steps to see everything what's going on here. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. And another thing that I also wanted to mention that if I go here to app settings, is that you can also actually duplicate your workflows according to the user groups. Maybe you want to have them to different people, to testers, beta testers, some other team in your company. Okay, it shows that the build was successful. So I'm just going to the build. And here, everything is green. It's a very nice green. So I promised that they should be on Slack, so let's go check out my Slack channel. And they are! Great! The artifacts are actually here. So, I'm convinced that Flutter plus CodeMagic is the fastest route to get your apps to the hands of your end users. So I invite everybody to join and sign up at codemagic.io. It's free. It's live now. You can just go crazy. And then you can also join our Slack channel where all the other Flutter fans are and just share your experience, learn from others. So I think it will be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trinh. We're so excited that CodeMagic is working with us here, and we hope you'll all try it out with your own Flutter projects. OK, we've covered the 4 things. We're nearing the end of the presentation, which is a perfect time to look a little beyond Flutter 1.0. Hopefully you've now seen how Flutter is beautiful, fast, productive, and open. You've seen how designers and developers can collaborate to build native mobile apps. You've seen how the ecosystem extends Flutter with plugins from companies like Square. And you've seen tools like 2Dimensions Flare and Nevercode that amplify the power of Flutter. But we're not quite done. Flutter was not conceived as an SDK for iOS and Android. Our vision for Flutter is to be a portable UI toolkit that can go wherever you need to paint pixels. The Flutter engine is inherently cross-platform, and it can be embedded in all kinds of hardware. Just last week, we shared an example of porting Flutter to run on Raspberry Pi, running directly on the Broadcom hardware rather than using an intermediary layer like Linux or X11. We believe Flutter is a useful building block for these kinds of embedded scenarios. And perhaps in the future, we'll see Flutter powering things like automotive displays or other IoT kinds of devices. Another very practical example of how we are already going beyond mobile is Flutter Desktop Embedding. This is an open source project that enables Flutter apps to run on Mac, Linux, and Windows. We've been working on Flutter Desktop Embedding in the open for a few months now, and we're pretty happy with how it's coming on together. This lets you do things like take your basic starter application that you get when you create a Flutter project and run it on a Mac. So like here's the usual app here, and you can imagine, you can plus and see, how the number increments. And in fact, when we were putting this presentation together, we were thinking, how could we make our slides as beautiful as possible? So we built the entire presentation in Flutter. Everything you've seen so far has been run on the Mac implementation of Flutter. The app has been built by a company called Very Good Ventures, who are a New York-based mobile studio who exclusively focus on developing beautiful Flutter experiences. We plan to open source this software soon. But that's not all. There's one other place we'd like to go with Flutter that really demonstrates the groundbreaking potential of this technology. And before I get there, I have to take a moment to talk about Dart. Because as well as being a really well-designed language, it's a versatile platform for Flutter. Dart doesn't just compile to native ARM code, but also compiles to tight, production-ready JavaScript code. So, I want to give you an early glimpse of something we're working on in the labs. To be clear, this is a technology preview. We're not shipping any code today. We're calling this Hummingbird. And it's a port of Flutter that runs on the modern standards-based web. I'm going to show you a little demo of Hummingbird now. Here's a simple mobile app that we've been running on an Android tablet. It's an implementation of the 15-tile sliding puzzle that I suspect we all know pretty well. I can move tiles around and I can autoplay it. We've done the usual Flutter things. We've added a little bit of styling to it to make it look beautiful and so on and so forth. But I'm going to open Chrome and browse to this page. And everything you're seeing here is Flutter running on a desktop web browser. Everything you're seeing here is standards-based content. HTML, DOM, Canvas, JavaScript. There's no black box here any more than any other web content. Importantly, it's the same Flutter code running in this browser as on the phone. We haven't had to change the code to get it to run here. We've still got some optimization work to do, but you can see that we're getting 60 frames per second for this scenario across the current generation of devices. And because this is the web, I can even turn it into a PWA if I want to, thanks to the great work from the Chrome team. So that's Hummingbird. What do you think? Again, this is early days for this experimental product. Our hummingbird, you might say, is still learning to fly. In the meantime, we're publishing right now a blog article that describes more of the technical details behind Hummingbird. And we'll have a lot more to share at next year's Google I/O conference. So, portable, high-quality UI has been the holy grail for front-end developers for decades. And over the course of the last hour or so, I hope you've seen why we think Flutter has the potential to transform how all manner of UIs are built. This is not just about iOS and Android. This is about building beautiful user experiences on any platform. We're excited about our mission, and we hope you are too. So to close, I want to introduce you to someone who's played a pivotal role in the Flutter project. Eric Seidel is one of the co-founders of the Flutter project, and he's going to end this presentation with a few final thoughts. Eric, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. A couple of my colleagues and I started this project at Google over 4 years ago. We just wanted to make development better. We wanted to make user experiences better. And these are themes that many of us had worked on for years as part of the Chrome project. But we felt that within the constraints of the web, we couldn't get there fast enough. So we started experiments to see if we could make something radically better for both users and all the teams that develop for them. Those experiments became Flutter. So how we got here was a bit interesting. It took a little while. But we felt a radical approach was required. If we were going to break from existing systems and build a whole new way to develop, we knew that was going to take a long time. But we saw this as an important long-term investment, not just for my team, but also for Google. So as we were starting, we talked to lots of developers. We sat down and made many, many lists of problems that we heard and wanted to solve. I think it's worth looking back at least the 4 big areas that we set out to solve. And you've heard some about these today. So the first was that we wanted to make it easy to build beautiful things. And because, again, this was a long-term bet, Flutter had to make it easy not just to make the most beautiful things available today, but also had to be flexible enough and powerful enough to build the most beautiful things being designed for tomorrow. The second was that we wanted to make it easy to produce consistent, reliable performance. We saw developers struggle with this consistently on other platforms, and we wanted to make it easy to deliver a really smooth experience at 60 frames a second, 120 frames a second, 240 frames a second, whatever the underlying device could do. Third, we really wanted to improve the developer experience. Developer productivity has, again, if we're making a long-term bet, developer productivity had to be at least as good as the best available that day. And so far, honestly, we've far exceeded my expectations with now sub-second stateful hot reload. And fourth, we needed to build a thing that could go wherever Google needed it to go. It had to be open, it had to be extensible, it had to be flexible to go to all the places and all the devices. Run on all the hardware, the software, all the crazy things that Google was building then and is building now. We spent many, many months working with a few brave early customers. And many times in response to customer needs, we rewrote large swaths of the system. But we always kept our eyes on these long-term goals. In the end, it was a lot of effort, still is a lot of effort, but I think the results speak for themselves. The many apps that we've shipped, or that we've seen shipped rather, the success stories we've heard continue to tell me that we've focused on the right areas and are getting good results. Which brings us all to today.
So this, today, our announcement of 1.0, is obviously a major milestone for the project and for the community and for the many teams who have worked for years to get us here. You saw today how Flutter is already enabling developers all over the world to deliver beautiful apps to hundreds of millions of people throughout the globe. But this is also just the beginning. Flutter is Google's portable UI toolkit. It is highly portable and already works on many form factors beyond phones. You saw it used today on desktops for our slides. You may have seen some of the many articles floating around the internet of people taking Flutter and running it on gigantic things or little tiny things. And you even saw today some of our experiments with running Flutter on the web. So if I look forward a few years, I see Flutter running in a ton more places. So finally, and really the whole reason why I'm up here, is to say a big thank you. I want to say personally thank you to so many for working with us for so long to get here, particularly those who tried Flutter. Some of you bet on Flutter very early on, before it even was called Flutter. I also want to say thank you for all the hundreds of suggestions and bug reports that this community receives every month from those listening. And finally, of course, thank you to those tuning in, whether via one of our, I think it's over 150 now, viewing parties around the globe, via Twitter, via the live stream, and of course, to all of you here in person. So thank you for taking time out of your day to celebrate with us. And fittingly, we're going to close today's presentation, not with us, but with you. Flutter has always been, and always will be, a community effort, built together in the open. No one company or one team can reach all of the places we want Flutter to go. So we close with our hats off to that community. The stories like we're about to show you give us the motivation to continue each day in this mission. Thank you.
I'm a software engineer born in Bulgaria.
I'm an Android developer based in Berlin.
I'm a Flutter developer.
I am a web developer.
I'm an Android engineer from Hangzhou, China.
I'm Anna from GDG Party.
I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I am from Lima, Peru.
I am in Denver, Colorado.
Flutter has changed the way I develop, really because of the fact that I've never really developed with a bird by my side all the time.
Flutter changed a lot of things in our lives. First of all, it changed the way that we code.
I fell in love with Flutter from the very first time I saw Emily live coding the meme chat app on Google I/O.
And what's great is that Flutter is native.
Me and my partner built an app in a single day.
Our company currently works on 5 Flutter projects.
With Flutter, I don't have to go online and check the docs anymore. The way the framework is structured makes it easy to jump into the definition and learn new things.
I switched to Flutter from JavaScript and PHP. Having strictly typed code is just a game changer.
My favorite part about Flutter is that it does not limit your imagination.
I love that with Flutter you can edit the UI code and simultaneously preview the changes both on Android and iOS.
The UI page developed by Flutter is very smooth, especially on low-end machines.
Flutter has immensely helped me free framework transportation application. This year, we decided to make our app for the DevFest entirely in Flutter.
We're using Flutter to rebuild our native mobile apps. We're going from 3 code bases down to 2.
With Flutter, it's been really easy to bring my ideas to life.
One of the things I didn't have any experience with was mobile app development. So I decided now is as good a time as any. I'm building my own mobile app, and I'm doing it with Flutter.
I have also open sourced 3 Flutter applications on GitHub.
These animations are entirely powered by Flutter.
I like widgets, and I like how it allows me to build apps quickly.
You can quickly turn your ideas into real applications.
I really like the Firebase integration because I usually use Firebase for my projects, and it's super easy to get started with Flutter.
Flutter 对于写 JS 和 Native 的人来说上手非常快，棒棒的。
I really enjoy the community engagement on Twitter as well as on GitHub.
What took us almost 16 months to create an iOS app has taken less than 4 months in Flutter.
One of my favorite things about the Flutter community is that you can find examples about everything.
My favorite part about Flutter is that it makes me much more productive.
The thing that excites me the most about Flutter and the Flutter community has to be the support from the development team and from the community of developers.
My favorite part of Flutter is without a doubt the amazing productivity it enables. We're accomplishing in months when the past took us years.
Flutter community is awesome. I mean, I have never felt so homely any other developer community.
With Flutter, I spend less time compiling and more time smiling.
That is my Flutter development story.
That's my Flutter story.
And this is my Flutter story.
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew Broughton here with Wimbley. Welcome to the Ask Flutter Post Show. I want to thank Martin and Emily for that introduction, and I'd like to thank all of you for being here with us tonight. While it's true that Google's putting a lot of effort into the developments that you've just heard about, Flutter is an open source project, and it's created and supported by an entire community of SDK contributors, package developers, YouTube creators, and more. And by choosing to join us tonight, you're now part of that community, and we want to hear your voice. So for the next hour or so, we're answering your questions live right here. You can post them in the YouTube live stream comments or tweet using the AskFlutter hashtag, and we'll get to as many as we can. So you're working the streams. Wim, we got a lot of questions so far?
Oh my God, yes, we have a ton of questions, and we've been getting about 2 per second now, which is down from the high of about 7 per second.
All right.
So we're getting a lot of tweets.
Cool. We also have a few drop-in guests lined up from the Flutter engineering team, and we're coming to you from the crowd at Flutter Live. So if you ask a question I can't handle, I'll find somebody that can, and we'll get them up here with me and answer it together. So, all right, Wim, are we ready to go?
Well, let's start with an obvious one. We've been getting a lot of questions. Actually, even before the keynote, we were getting so many people asking us when are maps going to be available on Flutter.
Okay.
Now, we already have the answer to that question, but let's go into it a little bit deeper. Can you give us a little demo of how maps are working on Flutter?
Sure, yeah. So full disclosure, we kind of figured this one was definitely coming. So I've got some stuff ready to go on my laptop. Real quick, let's take a look at the code. So one of the nice things, Flutter is completely open source. The SDK, the tools, the language, Dart itself is open source, and the plugins are too. So let's go to our plugins repo. So this is Flutter/plugins. Got it up on my laptop, and if you go in here, you can see a bunch of the packages that the team is maintaining and building out. There's stuff for battery, camera, connectivity and things, and way down here, we have Google Maps for Flutter. And so if you're ever curious about this code base, what can Maps do right now, where's it going, this is a great place to go check out. So we have the lib directory, which has the imports. This will have the Google Map widget. This is Flutter, everything's a widget. It also has the map controller and some other things, and then we have the Android and iOS sort of bridge that goes from Dart into the Google Maps SDKs for Android and iOS. And let's see what code I've got here. So here we have our DevRel sample for Maps, and this was done by the very talented Kenzie Schmall up at our Portland office, who you know well. Yep. And this is right now up on GitHub in the Flutter/samples repo. That's the one that DevRel uses for our samples. So all this code you can go get right now. And let's take a look at this app. So this is using a Google Map widget. And it does the things you'd kind of expect a Google Map to do. You can pan around, you can zoom in. She's got some places that she's added to this map. She's got a couple sets, and you can see if I switch between them, the map automatically zooms out just like you'd expect. I can go in here and switch terrain types, for example. I can check that, go from the street view to satellite, topographic if you want to know where the mountains are. You can even turn it off, and then back to street view. And as you notice, I'm clicking on buttons on the map that you wouldn't normally see on the Google Map, and that's because they're Flutter widgets. These are things that have been, Kenzie added to this on top using a stack. So,
So the map widget itself, it's just a widget like any other widget.
It's just a widget. It's doing some things under the hood, but it's still just a widget. You saw in the demo that Philip did, he threw it into a transform and had the, his map was tilted like this. That you can play with them just like that. So, speaking of playing with it, let's mess with this a little bit.
I wanted to ask, how hard is it to add maps then to your app?
So a good way to answer that question would be to just blow away this entire app. So let's try that.
Let's kill it.
So this is the home. This is home. Let's. I'm going to replace everything in the app with just a Google Map. So let's try that. Here's the Google Map widget, and the map. Its constructor takes a single required parameter, which is on map created, and this is a little callback. So to interact with the map, you use a Google Map controller. The controller pattern you may have seen elsewhere in Flutter. Text fields and some of the inputs. This is how you interact with it, change its behavior. And so it has a little callback that'll give you the controller. And so I'm just going to make a spot to hold it. So I'll go up here and make a little Google Map controller. Just like that. And I'll call it Map Controller. And I'm going to assign that down here. So, all right, so I've got my widget in place. I've got the controller callback. Let's do a little hot reload. And there we go. So my entire app now is basically just a map. And I can still come in here and do things. If I wanted to, zoom in, I can click and zoom. I can still pan around and things like that. And all right. So let's do something with this. We got the map, we got the controller.
Well, you said before you could add buttons over the Flutter widget, or the map widget. Yeah, that's what we can do.
Okay, let's add a button, and we can do something when we click the button. So I'll wrap this in. Let's go with a stack. So I'll put this in a stack, and of course stacks have children rather than a single child. So let me add that. And that's going to be a list. Come down here. Magic of auto formatting, and let's put a button. And I'm going to want this in I'll put this in the lower left-hand corner, just so we know where it is. So use the positions. And so there we go. So bottom, I'll give it a little padding. Oop, that's not how you spell bottom. And left, get a little padding there. And then child, I'll give this a raised button. So our button will need some text. Let's see. Let's move the camera when the button gets put. That's it. How about that? There we go. And we'll give it an on pressed. So every button needs an on pressed callback if it's going to be used. Just for fun, let's give it a color. Let's give it is there a light green material spec? There is a light green. Awesome. Okay. Hot reload again. Still got our map. And we got a button now. Let's move the camera when we get this clicked. So we have the controller. And update. Animate camera. Let's do it animated.
Okay.
And that's going to take a camera update. And that'll do. Let's do a Latin long here. Do you happen to know? Do you know any latitudes and longitudes?
How about for London?
Do you know London?
I sure do.
All right.
51.5 latitude. And well, let's just say 0. That's actually Greenwich, but it's close by.
All right. I'll put an exclamation semicolon on there, and oh wait, that gets a comma.
You want to zoom in a little bit too?
Yeah. All right. So over here, let's zoom in a little. Oh. Twisted. And let's go ahead and save this. So we're hot reloading again. And let me click the move camera. And there we go. So now we're interacting with this map. In about 5 minutes, we dropped a Google Map in here, got the controller, and used it to animate a change to the map.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So not only do we have maps now, full Google Maps, they're really Flutter widgets, and they're really easy to add and manipulate. So
yeah, you can compose with these. They're just like any other widgets. You can get them in here, put things over them, move them around, do what you need to do. Yeah,
that's great.
Yep. And so, like I said, if you have any other questions on this, check out the source code itself. And if you run into any issues or want any other features, file an issue request.
Okay.
All right. All right, so that's maps. What else we got?
Well, I've got a couple of questions. Here's a question from India. We got a lot of questions from India.
Cool.
Probably, I think they win the award for most number of questions, which is doubly amazing because I think it's after midnight
what time
now
is it right now? So
in India.
thank you.
This is pretty amazing. So the question is, I want to know what the best laptop is for developing Flutter apps. Which are compatible with all the emulators and so forth.
Probably whatever laptop you have.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Flutter, part of being open, when the team says open, they really mean it. They don't just mean open source. It's you should be able to use the machine that you have, use the tools that you already like, and things like that. So if you're building Flutter apps, you can. These IDEs, this is IntelliJ IDEA that I use, and VS Code, of course, runs on everything, just about everything.
Right,
so Windows machine, Linux machine,
iOS,
OS X, you can run on all of
No, Apple, yeah. Apple. They even run on, you can run this on Chromebooks.
Yeah, and Chromebook as well. And so if you're going to actually build and release an iOS app, you would actually need a MacBook or an Apple machine at that point because their tool chain runs on their machine. So if you want to actually build an IPA and sign it and do all of that, at that point you would need an Apple machine. But you could even build it out entirely without touching a MacBook or an Apple,
Right.
So yeah, really, I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, that is one of the advantages of Flutter is that you can actually build an iOS app not on a Mac. And then at the last moment, because of Apple's requirements, yes, you have to find a Mac somewhere and do the release build.
Yep.
But that's it, and send it off to Apple that way. So, if you have a cousin who has an Apple laptop,
just drop by, release your app.
And just borrow it for a few hours, and there you go. I'm actually going to switch over. We have so many live questions coming in. I'm going to go ahead and do a couple of live questions.
Sure.
One of them is, can I use a Java library in Flutter?
Sure, yeah. So Flutter has a thing called platform channels that can help you with this. Let me pull it up, and we'll go into the laptop here.
Okay.
Let me do platform channels. See if I can find it in one stroke here. There we go. So platform channels is a way for the Dart code in your Flutter app to talk to platform code and interact with native APIs if you want to, or just use the native code. And so you can set up a method channel that will marshal data sort of out of Dart land and into platform land, where you can call Java functions, you can interact with the Android API, or you could call, work with Kotlin code, or on iOS you could call into Objective-C and Swift and interact with those platform APIs. So if you have a Java library that you or your business or your group has invested a lot of time in and would be a little bit difficult to rewrite in Dart natively for Flutter, you can build a platform channel to it and use it that way. You have that ability. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to a related question.
Okay.
This one, where is it coming from? Let me see. It's this is coming from Lake Zurich. Which is actually in the United States, in Illinois. So,
all right.
It's one of our very few U.S. questions. So the question is, how secure is a platform channel? Is there any chance that somebody could intercept that data, especially if they have a rooted device or something like that?
Sure. This is something I was talking to the engineering team about the other day. So the way platform channels works, you have in your application, you have sort of the Flutter code that's running in Dart. It's built with Dart, it's compiled to native code and run that way. And on the side, you would have some other code that's running, in Android, you would have the Java VM that's running. And on iOS, you have the platform code for iOS that's also running outside of that library made from the Dart. And so there's a memory buffer in your process for the communication between the two of them. But that's within your process. So there is no, IPC, inter-process communication required. Nobody's writing to like a named file or named pipe on the system to talk between two different processes, where in theory somebody might have a better way to go in and sniff the traffic or something like that. This is all in one process. So a Flutter app in that regard is as secure as any normal Android or iOS app.
Okay, so I have another live question just came in.
Okay.
Can I use a third-party ad network in my Flutter project?
You're talking to the right person. Before coming to the Flutter team, I worked on the mobile ads team.
I gave that one just for you.
Yeah. So there is an ad mod. There are two ways that you could do this. One is you could use platform channels to interact with that network's mobile SDK. So if you wanted to incorporate, the audience network or something from Oath or InMobi or something like that, you could take that SDK, build a little bridge using the platform channels to call methods on it, and access it and use it as you would otherwise normally. The other option that you have, and I would make sure that you test this thoroughly because it's not something I've tested personally. You could use the Flutter Firebase AdMob plugin to use AdMob mediation. So AdMob has mediation, which is a way to use multiple ad networks in concert within a single app, where AdMob sort of manages which network shows an ad based on which one is providing the most revenue at that particular moment. And because the plugin for AdMob is using the native AdMob SDK, the native Google Mobile Ads SDK, that is still available to you. So if you have a mediated ad unit, give it a try with that plugin and see how it goes. I think it'll more than likely work fine.
Okay. Let me ask another live one.
Okay.
Can Dart be a standalone programming language?
Dart is a standalone programming language.
It absolutely is, yes. So yes, it can. In fact, it is.
I mean, we obviously on the Flutter team, we talk about Dart mostly within the scope of mobile applications, because that's what we use it for. But I mean, Dart for the web, there's Angular Dart. It's being used all over the place.
Our own website, the pub website, is using Dart to build on the server to build a website as well.
Yeah, and we have Eero Kronka, who's actually here. His Inkino application shares Dart code in between a mobile application built with Flutter and an Angular Dart application as well. So that's definitely possible. There's also server-side Dart. There are people building server applications with Dart, so it's a very portable language.
That's right. Okay. I think I'm going to ask, hold on, let me find this new one coming in over here. So we have a couple of questions that are sort of related. They're saying, at one end of the spectrum is how do I get started in Flutter?
Okay.
And we had one question that said, I know JavaScript. Can I learn Flutter and Dart very easily with it? And at the other end of the spectrum, how do I become an expert in Flutter?
So the two, how do I get on the path and how do I get to the end?
Right. And I did that because I just noticed the Pooja's standing.
Okay, Pooja's over there. Yes, please. You would be great for this question. Please come and join us and sit down.
Join us.
All right. You got the microphone there. Hello.
Yeah, this is Pooja.
This is Pooja, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
And so you recently wrote an article about your path from becoming a complete Flutter newbie to a more seasoned coder, right?
Yes.
And so let me pull that up on my laptop, actually. Can you tell us, for the person who asked about getting started, how did you get started?
I actually got started because I joined this company and they wanted me to work in Flutter, so I learned Flutter. And that's how I started. But I will tell you how I started with Flutter. What I did is that I worked on a lot of designs, I mean, Flutter is so great for designing apps. Well, I wanted to, let's just redesign every app that I have, that I know. Let's redesign it in Flutter.
That sounds like a problem, It's so easy, you want to redo everything.
I wanted to see if Flutter has the capability to actually make it possible for me to redesign all my favorite apps.
Okay.
And I could actually make apps in one day, like the entire app in one day, all the screens and everything. And that's how I was very sure this is it.
Yeah.
This is what I want to do.
That's right.
I mean, I did not switch, but I did kind of go from Android to Flutter because of it, because it's so amazing to work with Flutter.
And it's not like those Android skills aren't used. You still need them, right?
Yeah, we still need them. You cannot, you can start Flutter without Android, but you will have to come back to Android some point or the other if you want to work with native channels. I mean, if you want to make a fuller app, you have to know a bit of Android or maybe iOS or whatever you want.
That definitely helps.
So what were some of the things that helped you when you were getting started. So we talked a little bit about what you were working on. Did you look for articles? Did you look for videos? Did you look for sample code? You know, those sorts of things?
I actually looked, first I went to the code labs. Okay, so I checked out the code labs.
Okay.
It was actually very helpful. I wanted to try out the Java to Dart code lab just to see how Dart it is, how Dart is like, and it's pretty easy. I actually did learn Dart in a day. Okay.
Once you get past seeing this in a constructor, it's fine, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's actually pretty easy. I don't know. Other languages, JavaScript, whatever, they're not so easy. So yeah, so I was convinced that day. And I did try out some articles, talks by Google, in the Google I/O and Google developers.
Flutter.io, Docs and Code Lab?
Yes. And there are a lot of GitHub repositories out there and a lot of other tutorials in YouTube, and they all helped you a lot. I mean, I'm writing tutorials on Flutter right now, so you can check them out in Medium if you want to.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Yeah, one of the problems we have as the DevRel team is sometimes it's hard to keep up with the amount of content being made by the community. Yes. Right. You know, that's why our GitHub repo with samples actually links out to a number of samples that our team didn't create. We just think are really, really good, you know?
Yeah, you should check out that because they have really accumulated the best articles and resources that's possible for you to learn Flutter. So check that out.
And it's really great having people in the community writing articles. I remember at one point where I felt like I had to write all the articles, but then it got to the point where I was trying to read all the articles that would be written. I've totally given up on that. There's like so much coming out.
Same here. I mean, in the beginning, I used to read all the articles that used to come.
Yeah.
Now, I think I've missed out almost 50%. I mean, it's kind of like all bookmarked. And like, when I have time, okay, I'll read them then.
So tell us a little bit about what you're working on right now.
So right now, it's not like a project, but I am going to go back to India and I'm going to give a talk at a college and tell them about Flutter. Because it's very, very required for college people to actually know about Flutter. Because you can actually tell the employees, but it depends on the companies what they're using. But college students, they are going to graduate with that knowledge and they are going to tell other people to try it out Flutter. So let's target the colleges first. As a college student myself, I'm targeting the college student in India. If you are wanting me to talk about Flutter in any of the college in India, hi. So yes, that's what I'm going to work on now as soon as I go back to India.
So we're almost out of time, but I have one more quick question. So you watched the keynote, right? So what was your favorite thing in the keynote?
The square. The square, yes. I mean, I was completely shocked. I was completely shocked that you are just working with square right now. And yes, also the 2 dimensions thing. Oh my God, that was crazy.
Yeah.
So good. Honestly speaking, this was really the best keynote because every 5 minutes I was like, what?
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, they put a lot of effort into it. So we're going to move on to some more questions. Thank you so much for sitting down with us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, guys. You're doing a great job.
Thanks for letting us drag you up here.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
There you go. Right that way, and take the microphone with you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right.
So we have...
want to do some live stream questions?
Yeah, so we're going to take a short break in a little while, and afterwards we're going to have Eric Seidel from the engineering team, who you just saw in the keynote. He's actually going to sit down with us. But we have a little more time. Let's take a few questions from YouTube. You want to look at the live stream?
Yeah, if you want to do that. And while you're looking up some questions on there, I have a couple more that have come in. Actually, here's a good one because I can answer this one. We have a question from Nebraska, from the US. It says, is there something similar to build flavors in Android? And it's true. You can do build flavors. It's not really built into it, but for example, one of the developing companies that I work with is called AppTree, and all of their stuff, it comes in flavors. They actually have an app which they build a flavor for every single customer. So you can do, that's pretty far out.
Wow.
And they have, I don't know, I'm not even sure I can say how many customers they have because it's not public information, but they build for places like Stanford or for companies like McDonald's, they build an app and they have to customize it for every single customer, and they do that with flavors. So you can definitely do that. And the other thing that's amazing about what they do, they not only do that on Android, they do that on iOS, and they do that on their web app. So all three of them, because they have to deliver all three to every customer, and they have to have a separate flavor for it. So it's definitely possible to do.
They put out some open source code too, AppTree does, right?
The what?
They put out some open source code of various kinds, right?
Yeah. They've written a lot of articles. I'm not sure if they've written an article about doing flavors yet, but I should bug them to write something like that.
Maybe we can talk them into it.
Yeah, I hope so. Anyway, did you find something?
Yeah, let's look at this. So we have some things in here, and let's take a look at this. So when are you planning to support AR or VR development? Greetings from the Dominican Republic. Hey, cool.
So when are we going to augmented reality
I think that one's a little bit down the road. I don't know.
I think so too.
I think there's some other things sort of before that one.
Part of the reason for that is so far Flutter is really concentrating on 2D graphics, and in order to do AR, I mean, you can do it with a certain amount of 2D graphics, but it really works better with 3D. So I think, because you do need to be able to do perspective and stuff like that. So I think that's probably something that will happen. I'm just not sure when. It's not on our roadmap right now.
Let me see what else we have. Can I integrate my existing Android project with Flutter?
Can you?
You can. Many people have done this.
That's true.
Yeah, so this is something that's being worked on right now, but you can go and look at it, add to an application. A number of people with larger applications have found ways to integrate a single Flutter activity into their app. You can also have a Flutter activity in Android that launches a native activity, platform activity, to show platform code that way. And similarly on iOS, you can have a view controller that's doing Flutter launch a platform one, or vice versa.
And backing up a little bit, there's sort of two ways to go about doing that. One is, the question was, can you add Flutter to an existing application? And you've talked to that. But actually, another way to look at it is that you can actually convert the entire application to be a Flutter application, but then plug in native code from both platforms into it. So, you could either do it as, all right, here's just a piece of Flutter that we're going to put in as a single view, or you can say, okay, the whole thing is Flutter, but we're going to put a lot of native code. And they're both good ways to do it. The latter is actually easier in some ways, even though it sounds like it would be harder. But it's easier just because, if you have two separate applications, like you have an iOS and an Android app, and you have to put Flutter into both of them, you have to do that in two different ways, and you no longer have a cross-platform solution. So you're going to be modifying two different code bases at the same time. Whereas if you go the other way, the code that you haven't written in Flutter stays the same, but you can just feed that into a single application. So both work. Cool. That's probably more detail than people need, but anyway, it's definitely something you can do.
For more information on this, you can check out the GitHub Flutter/Flutter is the repo with the SDK, and you can actually go in and look at how Add to App is progressing. There's a number of ways that they're trying to make sure it's possible, as easy as possible to mix native with Flutter, and look for Add to App, and you can find the code that's being worked on right now. But
I think we're out of time now.
I think we're out of time. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take about a few minutes break, and when we come back, we're going to have 5 minutes with Eric Seidel, whom we just saw in the keynote. He's going to sit down with us. So if you have questions for him, go ahead and get those in now on the live stream or Twitter.
Because I'm going to be looking through Twitter right now.
We got a few that we picked out from earlier, but if you have more, get those in right now, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
All right.
and we're here with Eric Seidel, one of the leaders for the Flutter project, one of the founders of the project, here to answer some questions. And I have a few viewer questions already. Wim is still taking a look at the stream. And so let's start off. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Flutter origin story? Because I've told it to people, Flutter started as a quest for speed. And I'd love to know that I'm not lying. So.
No, that's totally right. Flutter did start as a quest for speed. So Flutter, in its very earliest incarnation, was just a very cut-down version of Chrome.
Okay.
We took Chrome and we just allowed ourselves to break compatibility with the web and chop out lots of stuff and see how fast we can make it go.
Things that were in there for older standards, compatibility with older things?
Just all sorts of things. The thing that we built wasn't able to render any web pages, but it could run our benchmarks. And when we ran our benchmarks, they were 20 times faster, and so we knew we had something there.
Okay, so you had a rendering engine, and then I've heard there was sort of a search for a language at that point. Can you tell us about that? Because at one point, Flutter was written in JavaScript, is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
So we actually went through several iterations. We did have a rendering engine. It was all in C++ originally, and then we started writing more and more JavaScript code.
Okay.
Eventually, we had some trouble with the JavaScript code, and so we went searching for another language. And then eventually, all the C++ died away, or most of it. And once we had found Dart, and that worked so well for us, we just wrote more and more and more Dart code.
Okay. Cool. And where did Flutter the name come from? So we got a question. I saw that in the stream earlier. Where did the name Flutter come from?
And we actually have heard this story before, but it's so good we have to get it here.
So it turns out naming is really hard. So we did these things called trademark searches, where you make sure that you can use the name in various countries and all that. And they're not cheap, and they take a long time, and we did a bunch of them. And we didn't find any names that we liked that we could use. And so we got a little desperate. But it turns out that Google has a cache of names that from companies that they've bought
on
that they're not
occasion
using.
we acquire companies.
Yeah, or they turned down a name for whatever reason. And that's where Flutter came from. It was a small startup that they had bought.
Okay.
And the product had turned down, but the name was still there, and that's how we ended up being Flutter.
That is wild. All right, well, let me get to, we got another question here. This one comes from Twitter. The account is Lucam Tudor from Cluj-Napoca in Romania, so buonasera. And can you talk a little bit about the evolution of Dart and how Flutter influenced perhaps some of the features that were in Dart 2.0? So were there things that Flutter needed from Dart that the Dart team then sort of came back and said, yeah, we can put those in the language for you?
Oh, totally. There's so much that's been added to Dart in the last few years, specifically for Flutter. The trailing commas for the formatting, the int to double, the EOT support in general. That was a huge feature that was done by the Dart team for Flutter. Lots of Flutter-specific performance enhancements. Just lots and lots of work that's gone into Dart to make Flutter awesome.
Awesome. Okay. Let's see. So this one comes also from Twitter. This is from Teraphilis30. Will Google introduce a Flutter certification program similar to ones that exist for Android?
So I've heard that there are these other certification programs for some of the other products, which is awesome. I think that those are things that we would think about a little bit later on. I mean, we just hit 1.0 today. So I think that's a good idea, but I think that's probably going to take a little while.
Okay, cool. All right, and this is one last one, sort of a general question for a lot of the people that are watching. How can someone looking to contribute to Flutter best make an impact? So if you're watching this and you're like, I really like Flutter, I really like this community, I would like to be part of it as a contributor, what are some of the best ways to do that?
So
other than the fact that you're hiring, right?
Yeah. It is true. We are always hiring. Yeah. We have tons of open positions. To contribute to Flutter, so we do have a bunch of documentation on GitHub about exactly this, and there's lots of ways to contribute beyond just even engineering. There's tons of triage to do. There's obviously all these people who are running events today in support of Flutter Live. That's contributing to the system, right? So yeah, there's lots of engineering specific tasks that are listed on GitHub. bugs to fix. We even have an easy fix label to help with early bugs. There's these contributing docs on both the engine side for those who like C++, as well as the Flutter framework side for those who like Dart. But there's lots of docs up on GitHub about exactly this.
Okay, right. Yeah, and of course we have the package ecosystem and all sorts of stuff, right?
Exactly.
Okay, excellent. So that's about all of our time, I think. Do we have any other questions for Eric that we wanted to touch on?
No, that's all the questions I wanted to ask.
We pretty much run out of time. Thank you so much for joining us and talking to everybody on our stream. And enjoy the rest of Flutter Live.
Thanks for coming up and talking.
And you can take that with you and exit right up there. Thank you so much.
Well, I've got a couple of questions.
What else do we have?
Well, let me ask this one. This is a question. It says, can we design and develop apps for e-commerce businesses with Flutter? This is one of those questions where I didn't have to pay the person to ask this, but I would have.
Yeah, the answer is people are already doing it, right?
That's right.
Like, Alibaba.
Alibaba is one of the largest e-commerce companies in the world, and they're using Flutter for their app.
Absolutely. We have a sample that might.
That's right.
Okay. So
can we see that?
Yes. So if you watch the keynote, you already saw it a little bit. Let me go ahead and pull up.
That's right. When Will got up and talked about material design,
let me get this zoomed in so everybody can see it.
And it has an e-commerce app built into it.
So we have the Material team built several samples to show off what Material could do, the new stuff that launched in IO 18, and how well you can put it to work in Flutter. And one of the demos is Shrine, which is a shopping app. And so we took the work that they did and we're like, hey, let's put a little state management into this, and we made a new scoped model with it and put a shopping cart into it and put it on the DevRel samples repo. So it's up at Flutter/samples. You can look for Shrine. You can download that right now. And if we go to my laptop, there we go. Gradle's just about done. This is an example of an e-commerce app. And so I can just click through next here and go right on. So we have a list of products just like you would expect. I think Will is himself, yes, he is in here himself as a model, because we needed a model that day, I guess, for the photos team. And so you can click on things to add them to your shopping cart, and you can see the Material team, of course, has put a lot of time into this. The expanding bottom sheet for the preview of what's in the cart, I know they're very proud of, because it looks so cool. But you can add things just like that. I can click on the bottom sheets, and it expands into the cart. I can come in here and take things out of it. There's a model, managing the state of what's in the cart, tallying up things. But yeah, obviously e-commerce is a huge sector of the mobile app ecosystem. It's very important. So certainly Flutter, the team had that in mind as they were building everything out for Flutter. And yeah, works great. What else we got?
I've got some live questions.
Okay.
Let me pick one. Is there a way to embed native UI? And the example they use, can I put Apple Pay into an app and have a Flutter button that invokes Apple Pay?
Sure. Yeah, we can talk a little bit about that. So the Google Maps plugin you already saw and that Philip demonstrated, that's using under the hood something called Platform View. And so Platform View, there's a Android view, and there's a UIKit view. And these are the widgets that sort of manage a native platform view and sort of fit it into the world of Flutter. And so those are available. You could go and try them out on your view and see how that goes. There's a bit of a cost to the work they have to do under the hood, so I wouldn't just start throwing 30 of them into every Flutter screen that you have. That wouldn't be a good implementation. But if you have one specific view that you really need to have, like a control that you've invested a lot of time in building, or something from the platform, you really need a particular piece of the platform UI, those have been added now, and you can start putting to the work in your Flutter apps. Okay, platform views.
I have another question. This is from Seattle. So another question from the U.S. They're wondering if there are any continuous integration and continuous deployment options for Flutter apps.
So I think we got scooped a little bit by the keynote, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously Nevercode in the keynote, you saw their solution for this. When they partnered with.
This actually came in after the keynote, though.
Maybe they wanted to know what the whole landscape
I don't know.
was.
Yeah. Okay.
There are more. For our DevRel samples, for example, we use Travis because it's free for open source projects, and it works great with Flutter. There's also Cirrus, I believe, the engineering team uses for the SDK itself. They have some really intense use cases for advanced testing, and they have found that fits their particular needs. But yeah, I mean, Flutter, the tools for Flutter, they run on Linux, they run on the command line. You can run tests from the command line very easily, so they fit very well into CI/CD systems.
Right. I don't think that's a problem at all. And I'm sure there's going to be additional ones. So, I mean, one thing that we keep wanting to point out is that if there's something that you want that is not available yet, you can actually go in and file an issue for Flutter.
That is true, yeah. You have access, you know, it's not only is Flutter open in terms of the code and being able to see it, it's developed in the open. So you can actually go in and take a look at what the team's working on.
That's right, you could do it yourself too, yeah.
You can also do that.
Yeah, that's good. Well, here's a good one. Here's a short one. How about Dart on the server side?
We are kind of already touched on.
I know, right? We already touched on that, but you know, like yes, and you know, you can see that. I said it that question just because I wanted to emphasize that Dart is a general purpose programming language. It does run. I mean, you know, as you said earlier, we are focusing on mobile apps right now, but there are people who use Dart, including us on the server, who use it for web apps and so forth. And you've seen some of that come out this time, and I think it's only going to get better. And in fact, you're going to start seeing it on more and more devices as well, so that's good. In fact, you know, let me continue with this one. Here's a question from India. It says, what are the new widgets that are about to come out in the next Flutter update? I love that.
Sure, let's touch on this. Let me go into our... So the easiest way to know what the Flutter, because we get this a lot, you know, what's the team working on, what's coming out soon, and the easiest way is to bypass us and go straight to the team itself through GitHub. So if I go to the main Flutter repo here, you'll notice open issues for feature requests and bug fixes. You can take a look at those. But there's also the projects tab, which the team uses. So you can see what they're working on sort of in real time. The IAP plugin, you can see here. There's a lot of stuff being done with Cupertino by Joe and Matt, the engineers working on that. Add to app, you can see the work on that is nearing the end of its sprint, and some other things. So you can come in here, you yourself can come in, just see what the team is working on, and that might well answer your question. If you don't see the thing that you think is really important, there's likely an issue open for it already. If not, you can create one. If there is one, go in and put a comment on it and say, I'm building with Flutter, this is important to me because I need it for this use case. You can put a thumb up on it. The team really loves that feedback. They really like getting that and being able to feel like they're staying close to what the community needs. So it's very valuable for them.
So I'm going to change gears just a little bit because I just noticed somebody standing nearby.
Okay,
so let me read the question first.
All right.
So the question is, what is the best way to achieve state management in a Flutter app? And
it's Philip.
And well, let me finish the question.
Okay.
It said they're currently using Scope Model, but it seems like it's maybe not the best fit for their app.
Okay.
So they want to know what's the right thing to do.
Philip, come on, join us.
Mr.
You are the perfect person for this one.
Philip, here.
Please. Hey. Fresh from the keynote, this is Philip, everybody. One of our DevRel compatriots.
I think they already know him.
Careful there, I think you might have kicked a video cable for a second.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to make all the guys in the back go nuts. Okay. So careful there. Actually, I think it did just disconnect.
So the question, there was somebody who was using Scope Model, but they said it's maybe not the right fit for their app right now. So
yes, and I know state management is a mission of yours. So
yes.
How do you get to Scope Model in the first place, and then what might you go on to after that?
Right. So yeah, I think a lot of people are asking about state management all the time, and that's a really good question. I don't think there's one answer to everyone, and it always depends on many things. It depends on the app, it depends on the team, and previous experience, all that. I think if you're I think Scope Model is a really good start, and for many people it is what they need because I think it's pretty simple to understand. It gives you all the things that you want. it is a little less reactive than maybe some people would want. So a lot of people will kind of use something like reactive extensions. Maybe some people are super into Redux, and then we have a Flutter Redux package, right? Community build. So I mean, it depends on what you want, what your inputs are, and stuff like this. It's not really better.
I think it really just depends on like what are the patterns you've used before and enjoyed. You know, I think that is one of the biggest factors. If you've used Redux in the past and really loved it, there's nothing wrong with using Redux, right? It works great with Flutter. If you're used to streams, then Block, things like that are very, very good.
Yes, and it's also, I would be really interested to know like what are the limitations that this person sees, because obviously there are things that could, like for example, Scope Model doesn't really work that well with streams, I guess.
So it notifies, it rebuilds widgets sort of on its own way rather than providing streams the way Block would or something else.
So like
right?
you can still use it, right? Like, but it kind of feels dirty to be like listening to a stream and then notify listeners. So everything is possible. I guess I don't have a single answer to that.
Which is fine, right?
Do you think in the future there might be like different ways of managing state that we don't even know about yet?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
I was actually researching. Well, I'm always researching it, and last week I found out that there's a new thing that is pretty impressive. It's not completely baked yet, but it's always something new, and I think Flutter is very young, so it will have these kind of like a plethora of different ways to manage state. And in the end, like many people would tell you, state management is building your app, right? Like next to, sure you will build your layout and stuff like this, but it's also after that, it's how do I manage the state of the app? And so you could go all the way from just using state and stateful widgets, which I don't recommend, but it can be.
You can go a long way just with stateful widgets and sort of rolling your own. That's not necessarily a bad way to go for a lot of people coming sort of onboarding themselves with Flutter.
Yeah. I think what we are not doing a really good job at is that many people will just start Flutter. They will see the clicking app where you're like incrementing the counter, and they think, oh, this is the way to manage state. And that's true for a single widget, but it's often not true for the app.
Right.
And we're not really doing much to like tell people, maybe at least do something with Scope Model, right?
Yeah, and I was actually talking to somebody earlier, and they made a point, and I think I agree with it, but I wanted your opinion on it. They said that Flutter sort of takes things far enough that we can actually invent new types of state management that are specific to Flutter and to Dart because of the characteristics of Dart being, functional and having streams and things like that.
It's just, so it's mind-blowing. I was recently, last week, I was talking to a person who came from Android, right? And for many people like that, for me, when I came to Flutter first and to reactive programming, it is kind of a change of mindset,
right?
And so again, we probably should be more better at explaining, like, okay, so for example, it's not a big deal if you rebuild the whole app once in a while. It's like, for an Android person, for example, like me, like many years ago.
That would be frightening.
They would be like, you're not. I hope that you're not recreating the whole UI from scratch. But in Flutter, sure, why not?
Right.
Yeah, that's what you do all the time.
Right.
So we need to let you go, but we did have one question that came up, I think from
yes, an important question.
A dozen different people. They have requested, they want you to know that they'd love to see the source for your timeline app, if it's at all possible.
Yeah. It's not, I have to say, it's not just mine, it's also 2 dimensions, right? And we are going to release it, but right now it's a little bit ugly. So we want to make it a little nicer for us. It was that last minute crunch that kind of kill.
So what you're telling us, it will be available.
Oh,
You're just not telling us when, but hopefully soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much. Please take the microphone with you.
Thanks
Thank you for coming on.
up.
Thanks.
Well, do you have any live stream questions?
Yeah, let's take a look at the live stream here. People recommending their favorite approaches to state management.
Yeah?
Yep. Let's see.
Well, that's good. We'll have people sort of arguing for different forms of state management.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
And here is one: how does Flutter compare to React Native, which is something we've heard before.
Ah, this is an excellent question.
Yeah, so that's...
So, you know, it is important to compare different products, to know their... But what I worry about is that sometimes it turns into sort of an argument about what's better, and I don't think that helps anybody. You know, me personally, I think React Native was actually a brilliant thing for them to do. They took something that was made for the web, you know, React, and they said, hey, we could take that technology and apply it to native apps, and that's a brilliant thing. Flutter is similar in some ways in that we're also reactive, but it's also solving a slightly different problem. And I think I don't expect React Native to go away. You know, I wouldn't tell people, oh, if you're using React Native, just use Flutter. They're for different things, and that's a good thing. And you were talking about something like that the other day.
Well, yeah, I mean, this question comes up a lot, and I think obviously we believe in Flutter, the SDK, and what it can do, and that it can play an important role in software and helping people. But it's still just one more tool in everybody's tool belt, right? Like, the fact that Flutter exists doesn't mean that React Native isn't a good way to make apps. Obviously, for many, many developers, it is. And the same is true of native development on iOS and Android. Those things didn't stop being good ways to build apps. It's just that Flutter is another way to do it. And it's, you know, we think it's a really good one. And that's about it. It's two positives rather than a, you know.
So I've noticed some other people standing by.
Who's in the corner?
Let me say we've got several questions that came from people that, to me, are more questions about the community. So, like, for example, one person asked, when are there going to be a way to play sounds in Flutter and stuff like that?
Well, there is a way to play sounds in Flutter.
Yeah, there are plugins in the pub directory for playing sounds and stuff like that. And they, as far as I know, they were all written by third parties.
The community. Open source developers, and we have one.
Yeah.
we have one right here. I can see it. Go on, Simon. So some of you may know this man. That's our next guest. This is Simon Lightfoot, a London local. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent.
Welcome to London.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, we were just talking about the community, and you know, like, can you talk a little bit about your involvement with the community? And
I mean, we've done a lot to sort of build the online conversation that sort of Flutter has sort of invoked in everyone, I think.
Right.
We've signed up the study group. We've now got the Flutter Community Medium.
That's right.
And I mean, everyone is welcome to publish articles. I mean, we invite everyone to submit articles, and we'll review them, edit them, and make sure they're set out on a schedule, which really helps sort of making sure that everyone's getting information about Flutter that everyone really needs to sort of get going immediately.
But how do we let the community know that, you know, they shouldn't ask us when is Google going to build this or that? You know, this is going to succeed if we all work together on things like that.
I mean, this is it. I mean, what we've seen, especially with what we've actually signed up is the Flutter Community GitHub organization.
Right.
And what we've done is any of these projects that the community have built that want it owned by the community, right? So this sort of covers that scenario of a developer no longer wants to maintain their open source project.
Right.
You know, they started up as an idea saying, we want this on our Flutter app. I made this one app. Now it's out there. And who's going to maintain this product?
Right.
People submit PRs, people submit fixes. No one's merging them. So we're here to help.
That's great. That's an awesome thing to do.
Well, I see another community. Do you mind if I swap you out for Hillel? Okay, why don't you, and just
I'll see you guys later.
Pass the baton to him on the way. Thank you so much, Simon.
We have another community.
Yes.
Member. This is Hillel. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So, Internet. Hello, Internet. Probably met before.
Welcome. Nice to see you here.
So when I saw you, I was happy because you were the guy behind itsallwidgets.com,
That's right. That's right.
Which is great. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. It's So Widgets is a site, open site for listing Flutter apps. Any developer, any of the world is free to publish their app. Doesn't need to be in the App Store. Doesn't need to be open source. If you're proud of something you built and want to showcase it, you can submit it to the site, and we're happy to show it.
So, and we all need a place to do that occasionally, to crow about something that we've built. How many apps do you have?
So far we're about 200, but I think, and that's just in the site. Obviously in Flutter there are thousands of apps on a listing. To me, more interesting than the number is the rate of growth, where it took a few months to get to 100. From 100 to 200 took about half that time.
Oh,
and
wow.
we're just seeing this exponential growth.
So your half-life is going down. Yeah,
exactly.
Well, what are some of the most interesting ones you have? I mean, you've got 200 apps.
Good question. So what I find interesting is when an app is submitted, it gets shared with their Twitter followers. And every once in a while, someone will message me and say, this app, it can't be in Flutter. It doesn't look like a Flutter app. And I get nervous, and I go scrambling, and I message the developer. And every time it turns out, yeah, it's a Flutter app. And the thing I think I've taken from this is just there's no look of a Flutter app. A Flutter app can look like anything. You're really just limited by your imagination. And if you look at the listing of apps, you can see they're all just completely different.
Awesome.
I think we need a new campaign. What does a Flutter app look like?
Right.
Anything you want.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What? You also did a podcast, or started a podcast series recently, right?
That's right. It's So Widgets initially was going to be a podcast. Thomas Burkhardt came up with a great name.
Morphed into a website.
Pretty much. At the time, Simon Lightfoot and Scott Stoll were also working on their own podcast. We kind of teamed up and pivoted to this website. Now that the site's kind of finished, we've had time to go back to the podcast idea. So we've just started working on it this past few weeks. It's been a great response.
Who have you had on so far?
That's some amazing developers. Marco, Rohan, Omar, Groovin Ship Dev. And if you go to itsawidgets.com, you can see the list. If you click the podcast button on the top right. And anyone watching, you're welcome to be on the podcast. Just go to the site. Anyone can submit a request to be interviewed. And the idea is, the goal is just for developers to share their Flutter experiences. And be able to say kind of what their backgrounds are, what they're learning, and also share best practices and tips and tricks.
Cool. So we've reached the end of our second block, so I'm asking you to stay right here. And one of the things I wanted to make sure to mention, the thing that I love about itsallwidgets.com is that you can filter based on whether the app is open source or not.
Right.
And then when you go in to look at the app, it'll have a link to the source, which is the greatest thing ever.
Absolutely.
So you can go look at it, itsallwidgets.com, look through the apps. When you see something like, oh, I would love to know how they did that, you can go see how they did that, and it's great.
If I could just add one thing.
Sure.
I just want to say that these projects obviously take time and resources, and I'm incredibly lucky to work with two amazing partners, Shalom and Dave, who I love very much. I'm incredibly blessed to work with you guys. We work at Invoice Ninja, and they've allowed me the time to work on these projects. Still doing a lot of Flutter work, but these side projects which I think really help the community, help myself learn more, and it's just been a great experience.
Excellent. It's a lot of fun. All right. So thank you so much. We're going to take another short break. When we come back, we will have Ian Hickson, tech lead for Flutter, sitting right here for about 5 minutes. So if you have questions you'd love to ask the tech lead for
Send
Flutter.
them now on Twitter.
Yeah, somebody who's been in the project, done a ton of the widget and rendering layer code. Get those in now. We're going to be sitting with them. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. right, everybody, we're back, and we have Ian Hickson, tech lead for the Flutter team, and we got a bunch of questions people have asked, so let's get right to it. So this one came in from Twitter, from M3 Sipti in Islamabad. So, you know, assalamu alaikum, Pakistan. He wrote, a column with unfixed height and 100 plus list tiles is a problem. Do you have any suggestions? So I'm guessing this is a performance situation. If you just put a bunch of list tiles in a column, and there's a lot of probably work that Flutter's doing at that point.
Yeah,
right?
you really want to only be building the widgets that are actually on the screen. That way, we don't waste any CPU cycles building things, laying them out, painting them if they're not on the screen. Okay. So the easiest way to do that, listview.builder. Okay. You literally just tell it how many items you have, and it'll just call you for each item, and you build that item, and then we won't even call you again unless it changes. Until the thing goes off the screen, and then comes back on the screen later, we'll call you again.
And so with that, it's not recycling anything the way that a lot of, like a recycler view on Android, and there's a similar control on iOS. It's not recycling any widgets there, it's rebuilding when necessary.
That's right, we don't actually need to keep any of the objects around because Dart's garbage collection basically makes that very efficient. Okay. We just allocate the objects we need on the frame we need them, and then we use them, and then when they go off screen, we get rid of them.
Cool. All right, so hopefully that helped out. All right. Here's an interesting one. This one comes from Sudan. So salam alaikum again. This is from 3Mrab Dal Cream, I think. Hopefully I got a good pronunciation of that. Can we build games with Flutter, and how would the performance be?
Depends on the kind of game.
Yeah.
So you can't really build a 3D game with Flutter, like Quake or
Flutter doesn't expose 3D sort of things like that, right?
You can do 2D games. In fact, one of our earliest demos was a 2D game. You may have seen it in some of the screen, some of the videos during the keynote today.
Oh, the sliding tile game.
That's right.
Okay.
And also another one, a much earlier one that we had was the kind of the space shooter game. That was also shown.
I've also seen that in the keynote at some point.
That's right. Okay. We don't support that really as like a first-class citizen. We don't have a framework built for that, but there are frameworks in the community. The community has provided to do exactly that. Okay. I think Flutter Sprites, I think it's one of them.
I've seen that package. Yep.
And the performance is fine. I mean, we are designed to render pixels to the screen, and games do that just like UIs do that. There's not really a difference from the engine's perspective.
I've heard that the actual under the hood sort of architecture of a built for release Flutter app actually isn't that different than a typical mobile game. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually very similar to the way Flutter apps work is very similar in many ways to how a Unity game would work.
Okay.
We literally just drive all the pixels, and we update the parts of the 2D scene, which under the hood is a 3D scene in the GPU. We update that when it changes, and we leave the stuff that hasn't changed when it doesn't change.
Okay. Interesting. In sort of Unity, everything built on top of the renderer is going toward the use case of games and optimized for that, and Flutter is going mostly toward apps and those sorts of use cases. That's really interesting. All right. So what else we have? Here's a good one. This is from Tivra Foa in Brazil. And it's a question about when would you build a Flutter app versus a mobile-friendly website? So what is actually harder with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that would be easier in Flutter? Like, why would you prefer one to the other?
So, I mean, that really depends on who your target audience is.
Okay.
And honestly, if you're a big company writing a big app, you might want to do both. You might want to have your mobile web app for those people who haven't downloaded your app.
That's true.
Or who are on a device like a Chrome OS device or a laptop or something, whatever. And then you might also want your mobile app for people who want the more native experience. With Hummingbird, we are maybe going to make that easier. We'll see how that goes.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where that project
I've got a couple of questions that came in.
Fire away, yeah.
So we have a couple of live questions. The first one is in the future, are we going to have support for Android or Apple Watch?
I have no idea.
Yeah? But we could, right?
We could. I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't do that. We're really targeting mobile right now. We're starting to look at desktop.
Watches are mobile.
But, well, it's true. One thing we have done, we have a demo, very early demo we did to prove that we are not fixed to Cartesian coordinates. We have a sector demo which renders UI literally using polar coordinates, which if you have a round clock face would be perfect.
An analog watch, that's all in polar coordinates, right?
No boxes, just sectors of a circle and truncated them as they go.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So what we're saying is, we don't know if we're probably not going to do something like that, but we would love it if somebody else tried to do something like that.
I certainly would love contributions to do that. We don't have anything on our roadmap right now for watching.
Right. But it's certainly something that there's a reason why it might actually be a good thing to do in Flutter. If you can do, polar coordinates. So that sounds great.
All right, so you have one more and I have one more, and then I think we're going to let you go. So,
all right.
Okay.
What's your other question?
My other question is, we all know that Flutter came from Chrome, and the question was, how has the original team used their previous knowledge from Chrome to build Flutter, and which features were inherited from Chrome to Flutter, if any?
Well, from the code perspective, we literally started from Blink. We forked Blink and then basically started deleting code. And I think at this point there's no code left.
Okay.
We literally have no code left. We still use the same graphics engine, Skia.
Right.
I think there's literally nothing else left. We don't use the same scripting engine. We don't use the same text layout anymore.
But it's fair to say that there was some experience you had with Chrome that sort of informed how you went about building
Absolutely. If you look at our internal style guide, like it's on our wiki somewhere, there's a document that talks about how you should design, our design philosophy and so on. If you look at some of our earliest bullet points on there, it specifically talks about how to avoid some of the mistakes we had made on the web before. Using mentioning document.write, for example, like avoid document.write style APIs.
Right.
So yeah, we're very much learning from there. We've also hired plenty of people from people who've worked on the Android team and people who've worked on other platforms, and we're using everyone's knowledge. Like we're really trying to learn from all of our experiences.
Great.
Yeah, so we have one more, and then we're going to let you get back to enjoying the party. What feedback does the engineering team most value coming from the developer community? Because this week, I want to ask, Eric, what can developers who want to get involved do to have a chance at some really good impact? Developers that are using Flutter, what are some of the things you need from them?
All feedback is great. Like we really love all feedback.
Done.
Even positive feedback. I don't mind if you file a bug that says you're great. But when you do file a bug, the most useful thing for us is make sure there's reproducible test cases. Make sure you have a piece of code that we can just download and run that shows the bug really clearly.
Okay.
That's really useful for us. If we just have a vague comment like, hey, sometimes my app crashes, I don't know what your app does, I don't know what device it crashes on, I don't know what's going on. But if you tell me, hey, when I run this specific function on a Samsung G5 or whatever, it crashes, then that's much more helpful. I can go get that phone, I can go run that app, and I can test it and reproduce the problem and try and fix it.
Okay.
You have to be able to reproduce it, in other words.
It is very helpful. I should say, if you can't reproduce it, it's still worth filing the bug.
Right.
Because if 10 people file 10 vague bugs that all say, hey, when I do this, it crashes, we might notice a pattern. For example, there's one bug that we're still dealing with. We haven't figured out exactly what's going on. We figured out it only happens with Windows 10 in China. I think it's when you're doing a hot reload, something like that.
Right.
And so, but we were only able to figure that out because we looked at a whole bunch of bugs that were filed at different times, and like 90% of them mentioned Windows, and 90% of them mentioned, it's a problem with China, or mentioned that they were in China. And then we noticed we don't have any of this bug outside China. So file the bug, that's the most important thing. And then once you file the bug, if you can, provide reproducible steps.
Right, that's great.
Thank you so much for sitting down with us.
Thanks for coming out.
Everybody out there enjoyed it. You can go head straight out that way and take the microphone with you. We're going to answer some more questions.
Goodbye, folks.
All right.
Thanks again.
Ian Hickson, everybody.
Right.
All right. Let's do live stream.
Yeah, let's look at the live stream. We haven't done very much live stream recently, so let's.
We're getting live stream from Twitter. Let's go. Let's get back into the YouTube live stream and see.
Okay.
What do I have here?
Well, if you're looking for a second, I've got a question that I can answer really fast.
Go for it.
So we just had somebody who wrote it just a few minutes ago. They said, is there any chance of having Kotlin on Flutter? And I have a stock answer for that one, which is, if you're willing to give up hot reload, sure. but
Yeah.
so far nobody's taken me up on that.
Yeah, so stateful hot reload is one of the features that Flutter can get with Dart that's not easy to find in a lot of other languages. Hot loading code with Kotlin into a running JVM. Dart is built for that kind of thing with its just-in-time compiler and all of the other stuff that can still compile to native code at the end. And so there is still Kotlin code in a Flutter app if you want to. You can build platform channels code with Kotlin, for example. You're not tied to Java necessarily there. But the particular features that Flutter needs, it really gets from Dart.
Yeah. There's actually an article that I wrote, self-plug right here, called Why Flutter Uses Dart. And if you're curious about what are the advantages of Dart, you can read that. It's on the web. Just search for why Flutter uses Dart, and that'll help answer that question. Have you found anything?
Yeah, we got a couple here.
Okay, go for it.
We have one from Pedro who posted, is Flutter I/O going to replace Android?
Is Flutter what?
Is Flutter going to replace Android? Will Android development be
So this is just like the question we answered earlier when people were asking us about React Native and stuff like that. No, Flutter is not going to replace Android.
They're two very different things. Android's an operating system, and Flutter is a software development kit.
Right, they're not even related.
Apps, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're two different masters.
And even if you're wondering if straight ahead Android development is going to be replaced by Flutter, none of us think that's going to happen either. I mean, it's not like, something new comes along and it gets rid of something else. There are things that Android does really well and that it would be hard to do in a cross-platform type tool. So there's definitely use cases that will always be valuable for that. So, I mean, we can name examples of that, but I think they've gotten the idea. Let's go on to the next one.
Yeah, I just skipped past a question asking about background tasks in Flutter. And some things like that, which we can touch on a little bit. So certainly, again, a Flutter app built for Android is still an Android app, and a Flutter app built for iOS is still just a typical iOS app. And you can add code to do a number of things that way on the platform side. We use platform channels to talk back and forth. But speaking of background tasks, I was talking with Ben the other day. Have you seen Ben's background task article that he wrote about geofencing and scheduled tasks?
Right.
If you haven't seen it, it's great. He wrote a very detailed example and had source code up on GitHub for how to make a Flutter app that uses geofencing to do certain things in response to GPS events. And so
that's definitely a need for background tasks, yeah.
Exactly, and he had an app that was opening his garage door when he arrived home with his bicycle. And so the source for that is actually on GitHub. You can, if you do a search for it, background, geofencing in Flutter, you'll find it. And he did a great job in the article and put all the code up where people can see it. So that might well answer your question and show you how to get started with that.
Okay, I've got another question here.
Okay.
It's from somebody, they're asking what are the tools and what are the processes I could use to optimize my Flutter app, and they're talking about they were working on an app and it took up more space than they wanted and the performance was not where they wanted.
I just saw Devin. This is perfect.
You saw, yeah, exactly. Okay. I saw Devin too. So we actually have the guy who's in charge of Flutter tooling. Devin, would you come out?
We're gonna spend a little time on my laptop here. Let me get back to back into this. Is just my Scratchpad app. Ladies and gentlemen, Devin Carew from the tooling team and our Portland office. Real quick, what are all the responsibilities that you have? What are some of the things that you cover in your work?
So we do cover a bunch of things on the tooling team. We make toolings plugins for the major IDEs we support, with IntelliJ and Android Studio both, and Visual Studio Code as well. We work on static analysis tooling, so that is a command line tool and a language server. Command line tool is the Dart Analyzer. The language server is actually interesting. It's a separate process which powers support in IDEs through a protocol. So it's how we're able to provide support for multiple IDEs in an economic way. We support some other tools like DartDoc and DartPad, the language playground.
Of course, I use DartPad all the time.
Yeah.
So a lot of the things that we think of as sort of making developers' lives easier, you are the one sort of overseeing production of those.
Yeah, yes, for much of it, yeah.
Okay. So I use IntelliJ IDEA. I use that. That's what I like to use. If I had, say, this, let me get an app going here. say it was misbehaving and I didn't know why, I was dropping frames or something like that, or chewing up gigabytes of RAM on my phone and heating it up so I could fry an egg on it. What are some of the tools that I can start looking into to get a handle on that problem?
Yeah, so that's an area that we've been working on more in the past quarter or two and going forward as well, performance tooling.
Okay.
We want to make it so that when Flutter was very small, users, if they had performance problems, they could come to the Flutter team and we could help solve their performance problems.
It doesn't quite scale that way.
As Flutter gets bigger, we want to make it so they can solve the problems themselves through either good documentation or good tooling. And if you go to the Flutter website, we already have some docs about ways you can make your apps more performant. Best practices, Flutter.io.
Is it just performance maybe offline?
Yeah.
There we are.
And we're also, in parallel, building out new tooling as well to help you with that. And we're concentrating mostly on UI jank tooling. So my app is missing frames, like basically to help people be better aware when they're missing frames, and then why, if they missed a frame, why are they doing that? And then the other side is we're looking at memory tooling as well to give people a better sense of their memory usage, and if they're using a lot, where's it going? Is it a leak or is it just a lot of resources? So some of that tooling is shipped now and available in IntelliJ and Android Studio, and some will be coming out in a few quarters.
Pipeline, and I think I have the latest version of the plugin right here in the latest version of IntelliJ I just updated. So
so if
there's
you
some
have
things on the sides here that I can see, and where am I going first, do you think?
Yeah, so
Buy some jank.
For performance, you want to go to our Flutter Performance tab. It's on the bottom. It's active whenever an app is running. You'll have this available. There's some simple options we have which are useful that are just enabling features, performance features already in the Flutter framework. So if you toggle on the performance overlay, and then you interact with your app, you can sort of see your frame rate. We have the same information available inline in IntelliJ as well. And if you toggle that off, there's another one which is useful. It's the debug drawing toggle. It's, I think, the third one. It just sort of shows you the outline of your widgets and gives you a sense of, that's more for debugging layout.
So if I have something that's not where it needs to be, I can quickly come in here with this and just, it's like sort of putting border equals 1 on something.
It's a good
in a
way
web
of
page.
just getting an overall sense of your layout. We also have a Flutter inspector for very detailed knowledge, but a performance feature we just launched, if you want to toggle off debug draw, and check this show widget rebuild information and give your code. So what we've done is we've instrumented your code at runtime to display inline in the editor which widgets are rebuilding. It's really like magical. If you've been doing Flutter for a while and haven't had this feature, so as you interact, we'll show you which widgets are rebuilding. If widgets are rebuilding much more than you, sometimes having them rebuild is perfectly natural, but sometimes you can end up rebuilding much more than you expect, and that could indicate a performance issue.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it is, but.
And so that was just that little, like on line 32, I think it was. I saw that text widget as it was building.
Yeah, but we have if you give that a bit more space at the bottom,
there we go.
You can see a table of widget rebuilds. This app is not doing a whole lot. If your app was more sophisticated, you'd see the widgets that were rebuilt, how many times they were rebuilt, and if you double click on that widget, it'll take you to where in the source it was created. So then you need to give your
it helps if you actually show the source window.
So
and there it is,
this is all just launched in last month's release and this month's release, and we actively used a lot of user studies to tweak this and user feedback. So this last release, I think the changes we made were just driven by user studies of trying to validate that the tooling we'd shipped was actually solving the performance problems users were having.
I mean, the rebuild indication of the widgets is great, not only for performance information, but also as people are probably learning Flutter.
Well, it gives you a better insight into what your app is doing. Not performance related, but just like it's,
So one of the other questions, we got this I think a little bit earlier, was relating to Observatory. Which I know is at the moment a bit of an advanced tool, but can we take a look at that and maybe you show me some of the things that are going on with Observatory as well?
Well, I think one of the main features you should use Observatory for in a Flutter context is their timeline view. which gives you like a very detailed view of the events that your app is going through, and in particular can help you identify slow frames and why those frames are slow. This is some of the tooling we're actually rebuilding to make it more user-friendly. Right now is the only way really to debug UI jank in your app, but it's one of the ones that we do want to make basically more approachable to your typical user. So if you go into this view timeline and then check all these boxes.
Okay.
I'm going to check those, go back to your application, interact with it a little bit, click a button or two, and then if you go back to the timeline view and choose refresh. So in a new version of this app, you wouldn't have to have toggled those options on or refresh. It would just be streaming data live.
Okay.
But you can now see in the timeline view, and we don't need to get into much more detail than this, I think, but you can see events for when frames were created, when your build method was running, what was happening in that build method. And basically our iteration of this, we hope to make it much more actionable for users. Like once they see this data, what does it mean they should do to their app to make it more performant? Or is there a performance problem at all, or would they just be optimizing where, it's not really necessary? So.
And so I got here through a link in IntelliJ. This is a web server that's just running on my machine, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm afraid we've hit our time. We do need to say goodbye to you and answer some more questions here before we end our Q&A.
Got a couple coming in, so that's good. Yeah. Thanks for coming up.
Absolutely. No,
thank you so much. That was really great. Awesome. Devin Carew, everybody.
So I got a couple of questions.
Okay.
First one should be a pretty easy one. The question is, I like the way they said it. They said, it's time to end the debate. Which is better, VS Code or IntelliJ Android Studio?
Well, as I think we just saw, all of those are supported for Flutter development by Devin and his team. There's a bunch of engineers working on them. I think they're all going to end up coexisting. Everybody likes their favorite one.
I think during the keynote, most of the demos were on VS Code. A lot of people internal in Flutter use VS Code.
And there's a lot of people, Philip I think likes Android Studio normally. I use IntelliJ. There are engineers on the team that use a text editor, that use VI or Emacs or
you have to
Sublime.
mention Emacs or we'll be in trouble.
You use both.
But I think one of the differences is that I think some of the new features do appear on IntelliJ first, but they get to VS Code very quickly.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be just like every other question people ask us about this. It's like, which one's the best? The best is the one that you already know how to use, and just use it. I happen to use IntelliJ just because I have to end up testing a lot of the new features that come out. I actually work with Devin and the rest of the tooling team, so they throw a lot of things at me because I'm a good idiot for idiot testing. But it really depends on what's important to you. But it really is up to you what you use. There's not really a huge difference between them. So I've got one more that I have to ask.
All right, go for it.
We're running out of time. And the question is, and it's a great question because it answers itself. The question is, how do you pronounce fuchsia? So
a question about fuchsia I actually know how to answer.
Right.
You've already answered it.
That's one of the few questions about fuchsia that we can actually answer. So.
Yes, that's right.
And if you don't know what fuchsia is, it's open source. You can go look at it. That's about all we should say about it.
That's about all I know about it. One of the reasons I like working on an open source project is that I'm not good at keeping secrets, so I just don't learn them in the first place. Everything with Flutter is in the open, so it's very easy to talk about.
Right.
Don't ever have to worry about it.
Do you have anything coming from the live stream?
Let me double check real quick.
Because we're kind of running out of time. I think.
I know we're gonna have to let everybody go in a minute. Let's see.
Anything interesting?
Question about accessibility that just came up. Of course, accessibility is a big concern.
Right.
When I joined the team, one of my first meetings on the team was an accessibility, not a review, but the person who does accessibility reviews came in and talked to us about the tools that we have and how to take advantage of the native ones in Android and iOS. There is an accessibility, that semantic tree in Flutter, if you ever see that referenced, that is in part for accessibility. It's a feature that's been designed into Flutter from very early on. else do we have here? Someone noted that they're installing Flutter right now.
Yeah.
Well good on you.
You're obviously not here at the party then.
Somebody was wondering about Positioned, which is a widget which was a widget that I used earlier. Positioned is a widget used with Stack, sort of like Expanded is used with a row. So with a stack, you're stacking up children one on top of each other, and you use Positioned. Maybe you want to have a small one on top of a big one, and you want it in the lower left-hand corner, or you want to make sure it completely stretches to fill the entire height and width of the stack. That's what Positioned is for, and it's meant. Usually, it's a first-order child of a stack. So people calling out issue numbers, so they're looking at the. Somebody's asking about the impact of Flutter on the app size. That is something that matters a lot, certainly in certain parts of the world. Right now on Android, I know the number is just over 4 megs to get you just the engine and the basic widgets. That number was much higher when I joined the team. I think it was like 6 or 8 or something like that.
It was 6.7 for a while.
Yeah.
And they actually had not done any work trying to get that down. And finally somebody said, well, let me play with it a little bit. And it dropped down to 4.
You're like, just decided now it's time to do the shrinking.
And they're not even willing to say that it would be that hard to do it even better. They got rid of that much just by eliminating things that were naturally being generated by the build process, but weren't being used. So they just figured that out and stopped those from being emitted. So there's almost certainly more things that they can do to get the space down. And I know that that's something they're still working on.
I think it's actually part of the CI process for the SDK. I think they build an app just to see if they've bloated it at all and look at that as one of the metrics every time they make a change. So it's definitely on the team's mind and something that's very important. I think we're going to be running out of time here quite soon. Maybe we have time for one more. Do you have one more from Twitter maybe we can cover?
Sure. Can you talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning integration on Flutter?
Sure. Well, you had a great demonstration, obviously, with what you saw in the keynote. Maurice is working on some great things. We're hoping to have a DevRel sample for ML in Flutter in the coming quarter, in part because we just really want to build it. I mean, who doesn't want to build something like that? And so that's there. For more advanced ML cases where you might want more direct access to like TF Lite or something like that, platform channels is a way that you can go as well. So, like I said, if we've been saying for a while now, with Flutter you have a great degree of freedom for things with platform channels. And so if you ever see a plugin that's not quite your use case, or you don't see a plugin for a tool that you want to use, you can always go use it yourself. You can always build that bridge yourself and get access to it that way. And when you do, please post it on GitHub, make a package out of it, so the next person can use it as well.
That's right.
All right.
And
I think we have
one more.
short one.
What about Code Push? Is there going to be Code Push, sort of like Microsoft Code Push?
Code Push. Sure.
You might want to define it, because I don't know if everybody knows what Code Push is.
Code Push is a very popular piece of technology that Microsoft, I believe, has made and open sourced, I think, to push live code to an app that has been released. I think with React Native, for example, because they're using a JS VM, you can push new JS code to the VM using this. And so this is something, the way Dart works in debug is you have a VM and you have just-in-time compilation, but when you build for release, you're compiling a native ARM binary, it's a static lib, and so you are not using a just-in-time compiler at that point. And so it's not something that's supported yet, but it is, I've heard this, like a hallway conversations about this. So it's the kind of thing, it's not, I don't know if it has a definite place on the roadmap, but it's definitely in people's heads, and I think we'll end up there soon.
I know that people are looking at it, so I just don't know if it's on the schedule yet. I have to say, I see that they're going to take a group photo of everybody who's here. So I think this is a great time for us to say goodbye and get in the group photo.
Obviously, we weren't able to get we had a lot of great questions today. We weren't able to get to all of them. So if we didn't get to your question, we will try to get to them all after the fact and go in and answer on Twitter. If we saw one on YouTube, we'll try and get it on The Boring Show. If you've ever seen that, it's sort of our video podcast where we answer questions and hack on things. We also, I want to leave you with a bunch of resources that we have to grow as a Flutter developer. Some of them, there's a ton made by the community, and we on the Flutter team have some that we can offer you. We have the Flutter samples repo. We have the docs. We have the docs, the code labs, and the Flutter cookbook at flutter.io.
I think they took
They're clapping for us, sure.
Oh, well.
You can come join us on Gitter on our Flutter/Flutter channel, on Twitter at flutter.io. We also have a big playlist of YouTube videos we made, like The Boring Show and Widget of the Week. And speaking of YouTube, I need to thank the small army of people behind the scenes tonight who have helped us put this together. Let me just name some. We have John and Adam as tech lead and tech support. We got Simon to the back on audio. Neil is the project manager. Derek, Daniel, Luke, and Rick are on graphics. The social team are Robert, Justin, and David. Crystal, Gabe, and Phil are producing. Ash is directing. He is Wim Layler. I am Andrew Brogdon. Good night from Flutter Live, and happy coding.
We have had a great time. Thank you all.
Thank you.